Yo, what's going on, everybody? Xanthos Wax here, and we are back with some more Punishing Gray Raven. I hope you guys have a great start to your day. Yes, I know, finally a stream earlier than the past couple ones where I've just been doing it at the night. I know, what a surprise and a shocker. But anyway, yeah, we are back with Punishing Gray Raven. I decided to do this partially, one, because in the Star Wars stream I did say I wanted to give myself more time to grind some resources and stuff for Yumiya. Hence why I'm doing the stream earlier today, so then I can make time to do that later tonight. And also that we have the update starting next week, so I thought better to actually see if we can finish this today, so then we're ready for next time. But anyway, what we last left off, we had started with Lilith's floating record, and it's actually pretty cool because it is enlightening us on a couple things, like maybe not too much revolves like on Babylonia's side of what happened during the Golden Age, but we're starting to see like these kind of like lesser groups who actually got involved with that kind of stuff. With one guy who was in cahoots with Kurano, yeah, and then also seeing Lady Manzano actually trying to take the whole pie for herself in this whole process, and kind of seeing how Lilith is in the current state that she's in, but she definitely seems to know more than she lets on. It definitely seems more on like the level of Vonnegut in regards to like the awareness of the whole situation going on. Maybe not so much like when it comes to the space-time stuff, but just in general of like what the Punisher has done to affect society and such. Especially since she was kind of an observer until she made herself a player in the game later. So I'm hoping we can finish this today, so then maybe I can do another floating record by the time we hit the next update. But we also gotta talk about some stuff on the live stream that happened yesterday. I honestly didn't think it was happening yesterday. I thought like, oh, maybe I saw it was for the weekend, but nah, my mom was playing tricks on me regarding today. But I did actually watch it. We're gonna capitalize on a few things. First of all, I love the way Selena looks now. And also some of the stuff they're talking about, how like supposedly now Selena's caught up in some space-time stuff and how she doesn't exist in our timeline anymore. And I'm like, what? How is that even possible? Because she wasn't even involved directly in the events that we were in. So that's why it's like I kind of want to check some of this stuff. Okay, so we had the Spiral of Kronos. Oh, actually, wait a second. Right, Renaissance du Fantastique took place after. Right, okay. That's one thing I want to confirm, because I'm like, if the Spiral of Kronos hadn't happened yet, because the tower hadn't descended at the time, or maybe it did after, but just in a different way, then maybe the events of Renaissance had actually changed as a result, because that's when we saw Selena again after, and she was kind of supporting Isla in her own way. But if that's not the case now, what actually did happen to all these events after? Like, some of them probably still went the same way as before, but definitely some probably not. Because we knew we altered the stuff regarding Crate. Oh no, actually, no, yeah, because Creator Parade, we got rid of the whole time anomaly, which was the tower itself, right? So it probably actually did change everything up to that point. At least I think so, because again, it's like Lee wouldn't have fully mastered his hyperreal frame yet, and he probably would have known a bit about like what happened, considering he was also someone who kind of like stepped between like the rules of reality. Now Lucia doesn't have her power flame yet, because that wouldn't have happened until much later, at least I think. If my order of events is correct, I could be wrong, you guys can let me know. Because I thought when we changed time, this had not happened, because then the timeline wouldn't have gone all out of control because of the early descent of the tower, right? So then if it is the case that it actually changed events there, what happened back then? Like, did Selena actually help us out? Did she not? Because she wouldn't have, right? Because she supposedly wouldn't have existed. But like, what makes her such an anomaly in this? Because again, like I said, I didn't do this extra stuff. What was it? I think it was here in alternative interpretation. Yeah, I didn't do this really because this just takes fucking forever. I'm gonna admit it, okay? Like, Look, I may want to know the lore, but this is just way too much work having to do over and over again, hence why I didn't do it. But I'll be interested to see how that's going to play out. Vera's one is actually looking really cool. Like, I know I called her a Valkyrie in, like, one of my other VODs before, but, like, I didn't think that's really the direction we were going to go. But I honestly love it. And I'm guessing it's also going to be, like, a floating record kind of thing. At least I suppose so, because it seems to be more oriented towards her, as opposed to, like, the actual situation, like, that we actually face in reality. So maybe it would be, like, the next one after Lilith's. At least that's what I can assume anyway. If it's actually main story, hey, I'm still up for it anyway. And also seeing like a bit more of it, because I mean, to be fair, the quote-unquote current frame she has now is actually her old frame, so it does make sense that she actually does need an upgraded one. And I gotta say, I really love how it actually looks right now. But then we also saw the Lucia kind of like wedding gown kind of thing, or coating. It also looked really nice. But I also saw, unfortunately enough, we did not have the DMC5 stuff, which, to be fair, like I said, I think, or like I was thinking after I saw it, I think it's good that they didn't, because then it would be copying the same thing, or the same issue the Honkai Star Rail is going to do, right? Because if they are releasing the fake collab, and you're having Fine On at the same time, they're making it much worse to actually be able to afford one or the other. Especially for a lot of the free-to-play players who have actually like waited time and such for just getting the specific characters they wanted, and then knowing, oh shit, now there's another one, you know? Plus, I guess also to accumulate more and give more players more time to catch up, to be able to get the pulls for Dante, Virgil, their weapons, and their cuts and stuff. So, if anything, I'm fine with it, you know? It's not bad, but it's not the best news to hear. But again, that still doesn't mean it's like, oh, it's been delayed till like next year or something like that. It's probably just gonna come to the update after. And like I said, considering how generous that Punishing Grey Raven has been over the course of the time I've been playing, it's fairly reasonable that they had done like this, and I'm actually fine with this. So anyway, we're gonna continue with this. Like I said, I'm gonna try to see if we can get to the end of this. We've already cleared 10 of it, so there's just 11 left. Actually, I'm hoping we get through this. So, if I remember correctly, Lilith and Manzano had made it to Babylonia. Lilith was the first construct, and now Manzano's trying to like one up the competition. At least it's what I remember from last time. The Vanguard unit now works outside the military direct command, carrying out reconnaissance in Old Las Prados. Set on the city, our most recent missions confirm the spread of punishing contamination across the surrounding desert. Holographic map glosses over the city's ruins. Glaring crypts of Hugh refuse to go unnoticed. The skirmishes on the front lines continue, but that isn't our concern. Our priority is to enhance the prototype construct's internal shielding, pulling them into a high-intensity combat zone to run live tests and gather critical data. Oh, right, yeah. She's trying to make her own form of constructs. And she's using Lilith as a test to be able to get battle-accurate data for when they need to duplicate that kind of technology for more of them. Old Las Prados, overrun by corrupted from day one and devoid of human survivors, serves as the ultimate proving ground. Yeah, also because she made a deal with like Lilith. If she can go down there, she could potentially have time to save Discord, who's for some reason over there, which frees on a magnified view of the inner city ruins. Is this a homecoming of sorts, returning to a place once known? She regards the city's spectral outline with a keen fascination. Wagering your life against the unseen punishing virus has got to be a bigger thrill than a simple card game, don't you think? Zano seized the moment, igniting the passion of everyone gathered around him. When did you ever get this generous with me, Aunt? You practically handed me the perfect chance to get ahead. Be sure you don't get so caught up in the fun that you lose sight of the mission. It still needs to be finished, so collect all the data you can. Time to put this painstakingly crafted frame through its paces. Find out how far it can really go. The madam moves closer, voice hushed to a whisper as she addresses Lilith. Please don't worry. I'm every bit as intrigued by this question as you are. He's completely unfazed by Manzano's looming presence, so far as to offer her a confident smile in return. Oh right. Could you look after the Grey Mako fire team as well? The leaders, after attention, salute her hesitation. Grey Mako, 3 on the roster. Only 2 have made it. Mako 1 reporting in to Sergeant Eleanor. That's a pretty formal title. I'm still getting used to all these military courtesies. Alright, where's that last teammate? Give me a status update. Shock flickers away in an instant, quickly straightens into a posture of commander. This is also part of your mission, recovering the missing teammate. On a previous scout mission, Mako 3 never managed to board the evacuation transport. The faint signals we picked up, he's still out there somewhere in the city. No trace of feeling, the conflict soldier recounts what might have befallen their ally. For them, this mission might as well be a homecoming. All the prototype console candidates were volunteers, former residents of Los Prados, each one stepping forward at their own free will. What about Kepon? I don't see that so-called honorary citizen volunteering to lead Earth's counter-strike. Now that pompous tongue is begging for a sarcastic retort. He's a key figure in the council. Choose your words carefully and show some respect. I get it. Everyone fights their own battles in the end. Every time she talks to the madam, she steps right back into that poised, commanding grace. The conflict leader stands there in an unsettling hush, his helmet bristling with sensors hiding his features from view. This concludes our pre-battle briefing. Good luck. Let's move out. Oh yeah, we also learned that Manzano had actually made herself test subject number 0 for the conflict optimization. Still, whatever the rules of this engagement may be, I'm prepared to face them. She offers a battle just as she always does. Downpour's interference throws off our sensors, leaving the leader fully engaged in combat, lives to the danger closing in behind him. Tries to swing his gun around, but the corrupted surge is too close for him to react. An umbrella! A swirling mass of purple and black flares up in the tight space between them. Is that really all you've got? Sun flare, the moon umbrella snaps open, accepting a deadly strike aimed straight at the leader. The leader hurls himself flat against the ground in a split second. Petals and ribs clamp shut in unison, using a surge of compressed air to blast out through tiny vents of the umbrella's tip. The corrupted staggers, but quickly finds its balance, launching yet another fierce assault on love. That suddenly crimson light only flickers for a moment before going dark. Umbrella's tip strikes a sensor with surgical precision, carving out tiny shards of glass. What's it like to be taken down by your own carelessness? She lowers her rune umbrella, gazing at the corrupted's lifeless husk on the ground, a smug smile tugging at her lips. Thank you. The leader, just barely clinging to life a moment ago, struggles for breath. But if it happens again, don't expect me to be so merciful. Understand? Left side, last target. At last, the team's leader instincts kick in razor sharp. Automatic fire erupts in staccato bursts. Their copper casing spin through the rain, carving a brilliant arc in the gloom. Nickel-plated semi-armor, piercing high-explosive rounds shred the mechanical crew's spine. Twisted metal frame sends into the mud with a resounding crash. So heavy a briefly eclipses even the deafening roar of the downpour. All hostiles have been taken down. Hold position and remain on high alert. That's more likely. It's my dear aunt's precious masterpiece. If a pack of deranged robots wreck it, there's no way I can explain myself when I get back. Fire team ignores the sarcastic remark, pouring all their focus into the screens of their handheld terminals. It's Mako 3's identification beacon. We're getting close. Factoring out terrain interference and punishing virus distortion, they can pinpoint signal source at the abandoned mall at the 9 o'clock. Looks uneasy, so something's off. His reaction makes perfect sense. His one thing to have a theory, but the battlefield itself is always far harsher. Although the built-in shielding system doesn't rely on human mind beacons to stabilize mind like the Amber device, so it doesn't perform much higher in high-intensity conditions. One system filters the punishing virus that slips into the frame, the other forms a protective bubble the virus can't penetrate. Neither can truly absorb it. Technology marvel can't be achieved. Still, putting themselves at risk is precisely what missions like this are about.
Keep your combat data recorder running at all times. Any data gathered under these circumstances is priceless. Keep moving on.
That was a command with an icy finality. As they reach the area near the beacon, they find the rain has ceased. While it enters the cavernous mall atrium, tilts her gaze skyward, draws in a deep measured breath. She absently puts her tongue over her lips. She relies on her hypersensitive taste senses far more than a sense of smell. The post-rain air is anything but clean, as the tang of iron and the stench of rot sweep it all at once. But it's not those trinkets that get her heart racing. She practically tastes the thickening aura of the punishing virus.
I'm not here to babysit you. Just be smart.
Seems to have forgotten her role as a mere stand-in sergeant, stepping briskly into the mall's depths without hesitation. Oh, right, yeah, because also we had learned that she had drawn the attention of Vonnegut, or formerly known as Nemo. Not to mention, he had actually given Lilith the punishing virus code, and so don't know what she has to do with it yet. No alternative, the constructs press on. Marco 2, proceed to the escalator. Beneath the dome that has long since crumbled, the only sound is the echo of the construct boots splashing through puddles. In position, checking structural integrity. Duke carefully examined the corroded metal framework, only to realize the female construct brandishing an umbrella as a blade has already made it to the second floor corridor. Still some with the confidence they need. Take turns covering each other and move out under Sergeant Eleanor's lead. Understood, and the second floor now. To place their feet on the last step were almost cautious, then everything suddenly changes. It's not right. I'm not data corrupted. Attempt to reload. Virus breached the limit. Fall back. Beginning memory upload. Upload in progress. The corrupted construct staggers in, clinging to a hazy shred of memory as an eerie synthesized groan resonates from his throat. Identify yourself. Construct is completely unarmed and displays no hostile intent whatsoever. Stop right there! No, please, I'm begging you. Don't! Keep staggering forward, steps twisted and wrong. Squad leader shares a quick, tense glance with the others. Squad member 2 nods in confirmation and pulls the trigger. Single semi-armor piercing high explosive round pierces straight through the corrupted construct's forehead, putting an end to its agony. Lord. The construct grasps out its dying words and crumbles like a puppet with its strings cut. He's probably a straggler from another fire team, but there's no way to scan his ID beacon. Wait, Lloyd? Have I heard that name somewhere before? Or I could be wrong. I could just be confusing it with another name. Even though it says a word, indescribable horrors that root out the spot. In the end, the construct speaks the name of its missing comrade. In the mall's deserted corridors, there's no sign of Sergeant Eleanor. Keep moving toward the source of the signal. Around the corner of a nearby shop, they come upon a far more horrifying sight. All trace of standard issue gear on the third member is gone, eaten away until nothing remains but bone. The tallest overhead woman stands there, raises a sharp heel, spraying the exposed skeleton to a jagged piece of her barn jutting from the floor. Sergeant Eleanor? What are you doing? The sound though spins around, the response sending shivers deep to their deep minds.
Don't you see? This place now has the highest level of punishing contamination. With fully automated customer guides and sales robots at every turn, shopping malls have become even more perfect hotbeds for its spread and entertainment venues. destabilizing. The battered remains in the foot still managed a feeble moan.
Sergeant Eleanor, our orders are to retrieve Mako 3. She's done speaking, he presses the release catch at the gun's side, slides in a fresh magazine, then yanks back the bolt to ready his weapon. That's our teammate. Turned by their strange jamming system, the two edge close to the Lilith. After all, they still have a mission to finish.
Oh, you still don't get it, do you? Moments ago, you used your own hands to kill your comrade, the third member of Grey Mako. Or to be precise, you erased his backup memory. And what I'm standing on is him too.
Ah. You try to provide another means to escape.
I doubt Aunt ever expected her plan to work this quickly.
Oh, that's what it is, the re-upload. Right, because since they could already kind of like multiply the same construct over and over, like what they did with Lucia, this was kind of like the prototype of that. Impossible! Recall has never... Using they dropped their weapons, each one echoing the other's cry of astonishment. Naturally, they recalled the vow Madame Manzano gave on the day their bodies were first altered.
A memory can be moved at will, in bodies. If you want to make more, there's no limit to how many you can churn out.
Ah. The moment the jammer goes down, their memories are sent straight to the central hub, ready to be installed in fresh frames. It's the method Madame Manzano has set on her heart on, a way to create the perfect soldier that stands apart from both military and colonel. They never put much stock in that kind of talk. Here they are, staring at a living, breathing example.
Too bad, isn't it? We're still nowhere near a real breakthrough. You saw it yourselves, right? His memory hasn't returned to Babylonia. It just jumped through a hardware interface into another construct body that has already shut down. Only part of his data made the trip.
Oh, I see. So it's kind of like it's like the mind transfer jutsu almost. And again, only could do it to somewhere close. I guess it makes sense because considering how much the Punisher virus can affect not only a person but the surrounding area as well, it could technically kind of work as a jamming signal, so it wouldn't make its way all the way to the central hub, so I had to resolve to just go to another body near.
But these petty details are so dull. Think living a long time automatically makes you strong? By that logic, horseshoe crabs, which have been around for 200 million years before the virus ever hit, would be Earth's true overlords. Don't you think?
The female construct remains lost in her whispered delirium, still drifting into a faint dream-like haze. Sergeant Eleanor, remove the restraints. We need to reclaim Mako 3's remains. Can't make sense of what's unfolding. The voice is begging all the same.
Were you calling for me? Don't be so impatient. You've already completed your mission objective. We're deploying them into a high-intensity combat zone to run live tests and gather critical data.
At the blink of an eye, the construct soldiers built an alarm blaze alive. Warning. Internal shielding is at the critical threshold of its filtration cycle. Evacuate immediately. Sergeant Eleanor, we have to move now! The soldier beside the leader suddenly unleashes a shrill agonized scream. The unprocessed punishing virus surges from the dialysis apparatus, floating the last fragments of sanity the two can cling to. The data impossible for the master to grasp quickly engulfs their mind. Back up! His memory shell doesn't even finish processing that found out before he collapsed over the thud. His teammate fights on, desperate and trembling.
No! Stay out of my head! It hurts so much.
The boy's deficiency from moments ago vanishes, with the construct got on the filthy floor.
I don't understand. You're...
Turns as though speaking to someone who isn't there, but stitched short their whispers soon fade away. Suddenly his senses flare red. Corrupted construct stands upright, as if it was a puppet on display.
You worthless junk. We had only just got you plugged in and already you... Pathetic shit who never learned to value their chance.
Grows her brow with instinct, to unlace with regret and scorn.
Die.
Barely a thought, she flicks out two card-shaped high-carbon steel throwing knives. One cuts through the corrupted construct processor, the other seals the former leader's fate, ending him where he lies.
Alright, let's find out exactly who you are. How far your blind luck has carried you.
Pops her eyes at a burger remains beneath her and taps into the target's mind. In a ravaged mall, jagged walls and rubble seem to stretch endlessly downward. It plunges into a realm where reality itself bends beyond comprehension. Shapes she can still make out melt away one after another. Practically senses punishing vibes ripping through every nerve in her mind.
That's it. Keep going. Don't stop now.
Beckons the vibes closer, inviting it in. Just as she anticipates, a dark red mesh surges forward, carving the machine's agony into hundreds of uniform squares. At the boundary of her sight, a crimson tide gaps and solidifies, ultimately coalescing into a figure she recognizes. We meet again. I have to admit, you really outdid yourself this time. Very few have the power to tap into the Ascension Network all by themselves. Ah, this is also why she wanted to be here. As we're granted the opportunity to reach the Ascension Network.
Are you hoping I'll fail, sir?
Fueled by her exhilaration, she boldly flaunts her triumph. My power comes from the network, whose chosen lies beyond my control. The Ascension Network isn't some array of sharpened blades. It's a finely woven sieve. Of course, never shows mercy to those who are too fragile. He states the rules of measured calm.
So, those few just now, they all gave up halfway?
That's correct. For someone like you, capable of lasting in such a high-intensity environment, the Ascension Network offers an invitation. But whether you can claim its blessings depends on your conviction and strength.
Turns out this is the accidental breakthrough unachieved using fragmented data from Project Winter. In her eyes, evolution is all about harnessing an internal shield and transferring one's memory, fully warding off the punishing virus. A flawed start and a misguided path can still somehow knock upon the right door.
She gives a soft laugh at the sheer absurdity of it all. Take another moment to reflect. If we're off too soon, you haven't truly stepped beyond that threshold. Expression never wavers as he pronounces gently.
Not satisfied with our last match in the Ascension Network? Don't worry, I'm fully prepared to entertain your new rules.
So a hit of annoyance settles on her brow. Take it easy. Perhaps Manzano's been piling on too many missions. It's easy for people to slip into new ways of thinking without even noticing. For now, I trust that you're not the sort who prizes raw power over true insight.
Force is merely the baseline that ensures a fair fight. I know this all too well. Sir, perhaps you should speak more plainly.
You haven't spent nearly enough time under the Ascension Network's influence, and this is just the beginning. Completely opening oneself to this plan is the only path leading to filtering. You were the one who once set your sights on the throne, and the plague's very origin lies in your grasp. Think it over. The key to that door, I've already handed it to you. Use it wisely. Silhouette dissolves, drifts away, and finally disappears in the depths of the twisting space. Great euphoria gradually settles, throat drifts away. Pain once fractured into cubes melts away, and her body finally feels as though it's reclaiming its true form in the real world. It is kind of crazy that she's actually able to do this when Luna and Alpha had struggled to reach this point. Like, to connect to the Ascension Network. But then again, I guess because Lilith has more control over her emotions, considering how back and forth her life has been, but possibly, maybe that's why she has a greater control of being able to reach the Ascension Network. Although, to be fair, she is always going to places where there is a high concentration of PV in order to do so, but still, she would need a very strong mind in order to reach there and actually be able to decipher anything.
Open myself completely.
Lingers on that thought for a moment, then rises onto her toes. Echo 419 to Grey Mako. Requesting your pickup coordinates. Over.
Grey Mako here. Sergeant Eleanor reporting. Mission clock reads 3:56. Coordinates north 36 degrees 9, and west 115 degrees. All other Grey Mako personnel are KIA. You've recovered the operation data. Over.
Copy that. Moved to the rendezvous point for pickup. Echo 419, out. Those steps over the two fallen constructs calmly extract the data chips embedded about their spines. It's a slight glance at the third husk impaled by the steel rod, then turns and makes her way toward the ladder. Petri dishes, test samples, microbial cultures. Each one's absolutely vital. She already has everything she needs to set the filter in motion.
My dearest aunt, this time I'm making the first move.
Driven by a craving to warp every norm, the player is about to leap headlong into the decadent cage they built for themselves. Oh, finally I get to do something. Culture medium. Extremely sensitive sensors enough to capture the slightest movement.
They've been holding out for more than 3 hours since entering the high pollution zone. Yes, so far it's the top performer this entire batch.
Zano reviews the combat logs recovered from the fallen construct's data chips and lets out a satisfied murmur.
At the current pace, the next wave of frames will soon be ready to operate across an even larger combat zone. Data gathered in battle can further refine our built-in shielding system.
Speak of the previous mission as if it's no big deal, so the loss of combat swing barely matters.
Don't be fooled by a fleeting victory.
Ramazano raises her head from the terminal and in the usual manner delivers a cautionary reminder.
Because recall is the most vital step on the path to success.
Trying to say exactly why her hand is headed and cuts her off, just a simple reply.
You have no right to be impatient, Eleanor. Don't forget, this is all for your benefit. Everything evolves, and the punishing virus is no exception. Even if we manage to create frames that can withstand those intense conditions for a while, a single more potent outbreak could still wipe out all our progress. Even our very memory itself. How could I even stand by and let my beloved niece, my prize test subject 1, throw her life away for nothing?
Takes pride in the aura of authority she commands.
If humanity truly is shot at immortality, then you're a Prometheus, aunt. For me, I'll settle for being your stepping stone on the path to godhood. Speak your mind. Hiding your thoughts from me is your greatest offense.
Snow keeps her head bowed, trying to appease the towering pride. Her disguise is swiftly stripped away.
This latest mission shows me that the recall technology is truly within reach.
There's a third chip in her hand and reveals it to Manzano, who remains unhurried and deliberate.
By establishing a direct hardware link, Mako 3 manages to implant a fragment of memory into one of a construct's wreckage, rousing it, if only for a moment. A direct hardware link, we can replicate that approach in our lab without much trouble.
And Manzano shoots out a disapproving glare.
So the real issue lies in the medium of transmission. With our current wireless methods, we simply can't transfer all the data from the mind back to the central hub intact. I keep thinking, why not use a different meaning for the transfer?
Words carry little certainty. Love simply frames her remarks as suggestions, subtly steering the conversation at precisely the right moments. Sorry about that. There was stuff going on in the back and didn't want to get caught in the mic. They claim it's grand tribute from Madame Manzano for a role in the Great Evacuation, but in truth is merely an excuse to indulge their own whims.
Well, since the mission is a success, why not indulge me with a drink tonight? After all, I'm curious to see if my niece's mixology skills have dulled.
She's worth a casual air, allowing a sliver of her usual hatcher to slip away.
Don't worry, I've got every single one of those classic recipes down pat.
Make their way toward the exit, savoring a hard-earned respite after intense battles and experiments. It thinks back to the day she first saw Babylonia in all its glory. This massive shell endures the fiercest cosmic radiation, tumbling debris, and its inhabitants an unyielding sanctuary. Strength brings isolation. For anything that craves unbridled strength, sealed space is the perfect breeding ground. Petri dishes, test samples, and microbial cultures. Each one is absolutely vital. Zala and Lilith enter the elevator bound for the entertainment point.
No one seems to notice that the data
Central hub tied to the ship-wide network pulls a faint and sudden crimson glow.
But yeah, I figured that like Lilith would try to use Punchiverse as like a medium.
ここでは天国をご体験いただけます。
やはりテキーラはきついわね。エレノアにはまだ早いわ。
7、はいよっしゃ揃ったぞ。なんで揃わないんだよ。次で最後にする。絶対当たるはずだ。くっそまた揃わない。有り金が尽きちまった。商品に機械体はなかっただろ。うわ狂ってやがる。逃げろ。
意識ロックをかけたのに自制できないなんて。軍部に次ぐ娯楽施設で暴動が発生。聞こえないの？さっさと執行部隊をよこして。エレノは人々の誘導を。
仰せのままにルール違反者は相応の罰を受けていただきますわ。幸運なお客様。
It's also interesting because this is literally the same thing that happened in Los Prados over at their place, right? It was all looking too good to be true, and then it all came crashing down the casino.
エレノは中央制御室で緊急状態の解除を。それと増援のため。
エレベーターが完全にロックされた。これも検疫隔離の一部でしょうか。空中庭園はよく考えられていますね。中央制御室の扉が開いた。誰かが私をゲームに誘っているのでしょうか。ボード？これはパーティーでは？偽りのルールを破った子たちにはご褒美をあげないと。欲望に溺れた彼らをご覧あれ。自業自得ですわ、親愛なるおばさん。あなたはずっと選別の意味を理解していなかったようですね。このどこかの中で朽ち果てるつもり？一緒にここから逃げましょう。調子に乗らないでください。己の立場も分かっていないゴミに私を誘う資格などありません。
この恩知らず、全てを与えたのよ。その期待さえも。
残虐な支配者、進化の道を阻む石。どうでもいいでしょ。彼女を殺して邪魔なものを根絶しましょう。
Ah, it's the voice of that punishing again, trying to lure her in. Nice.
遅い。先に行って状況を落ち着かせるからここを
Hey, I've
片
been
付けな
busy,
さい。
bitch.
聞こえましたか？
I'm the owner
あなたたちはおばさんの計画を台無しにしたこのゴミども血を流す覚悟がなければすみません。オールインそれともアウト？幸運なお客様チップ回収です。血を流す覚悟がなければ誰も騙せません。ほら指揮官様欲望に溺れた彼らをご覧あれ。
Ooh, brief report on Project Winter interest. Under the public pressure of morality and ethics, the World Government Parliament drafted and approved the law. Yeah, okay. Project Winter started after the termination of the Human Body Modification Project and death row prisoners with the aim to ensure the human body can stand long-time space travel in various environments and planets. The result of early analysis showed that the test subject must have more adaptable DNA structure. Yeah, okay, I remember that. No subjects related to the mind, yeah. Initial screening criteria were created based on gene markers, NSP related to health level, instead of reports of diseases, and around 40 billion records are required. North Asian Institute has been researching the chemicals in living plants that can enhance test subjects' endurance to greatly push up the success rate of brain transplantation experiments. Currently, the base models are at Gen 4 with greatly enhanced frame. Yes. Director's notes: the brain is still a human organ. Machine controlled by a damn piece of meat. It's just like a drone driven by a human being. Conscious transfer is the only solution. Ah, okay. Oh, my bad. Didn't mean to do that. Ah, so these are all Manzano stuff.
皆は無害な嘘の中で生き延びればいい。そうすれば死さえも終わらぬ極楽になる。
During the early years of the Golden Age, self-made Fred Sinclair acquired the exclusive management right to Hotel Kimball next to the new Nellis Air Force Base and transformed it into Lucky 38 Casino. When the grand era of Los Prados started. In the following decades, Fred Sinclair, Phyllis Sinclair, and other family members worked together and turned Los Prados into world-famous slave entertainment. Okay, right. Do remember that. Scanning result. Fred Sinclair's younger sister, Adrienne Manzano Sinclair, took over the city board chairmanship from him and made significant investments in scientific research, making Los Prados the pearl of the Atlantic Rim as famous as Constellia. To pay tribute to Madame Manzano, Ed and Great Colony Ship has specially established the San Lorenzo Entertainment Facilities. Oh, I keep pressing the wrong button. I bet. Alright. Some of this I already knew, some you could kind of hint at. Okay, now we can go through here. Oh, it's like the roulette.
さすがのしつこさですね。遊ぶのは構いませんが、負け惜しみはなしですよ。
Then it's a server and security drones lie strewn across the floor, in stark contrast against the lavish patterns. Once the intense clash subsides for a moment, the female conflict stands there, pinching at the drone.
It's unbelievable how fast it's spreading. Like a shot of pure adrenaline, even fiercer than the strongest liquor. Relax, we got all the time in the world. No need to rush things.
She strolls past the arriving corrupted and smoothly drives her umbrella's tip into it, like she's merely leaning on a walking cane. Last thread is gone.
It's always been this straightforward, hasn't it? Can't believe I'm only seeing it clearly now.
Filtering, as they put it, demands the courage to throw oneself into the crucible.
the quarantine been lifted? Sharp inquiry crackles over the college channel. Her aunt online. All done. The system's internal scan traced the corruption of a data chip left behind by Grey Monko. Have to carry punching straight into the central hub. You mean to tell me you skipped the decontamination step after retrieval? Just want to die, at least come right out of the safe. Revolver shot wings out amid the crowd screams, but it fails to stifle that furious force. The data chip that was tampered with earlier has produced almost immediate results. It remains unconcerned. She knows that as long as her aunt and she can quell any threats by force, this crisis can be chalked up to a minor mishap. I didn't expect such a painful lesson. No more chatting. Deal with the matter at once. We lifted the quarantine temporarily to ensure smoother travel. The emergency lockdown the experimental sector still holds. Once this is over, we'll root out the source of the outbreak. I've got urgent business to handle. Secure the lower levels now. As you wish, madam. The source.
If only things were truly that straightforward. That's our quiet skull, curling her tongue before exhaling soft breath. Hypersensitive sensor array can detect even the faintest disturbance. The atmosphere is thick with nitrogen and oxygen. Tiny shards of the punching data have already spread everywhere. So beneath detection, slowly attaching to more hopes over the years, those who fear its presence realize all too late what's been unleashed. It's nectar. It's a life-giving shower. One's own hand-given prize. She doesn't even bother to fear that Manzano could grow suspicious, so he's filled with poisoners by the dozen. Yet no one would suspect someone who volunteers to drink the poison. It's that unchangeable common sense, the bedrock belief held by Manzano who commands order, so this is Lilith's trump card. This place is her own paradise. Time is on her side.
Don't we each fear the punching virus in our own way? Yet ultimately, we all depend on it to fulfill our ambitions, dear aunt. Surely you've known this all along, haven't you?
She bows to the euphoria swirling within her mind as she slips into the elevator bound for the lower lab. Hey, at least I'm already getting involved in more action. I'll take that any day. Because I think, yeah, Elio had like 2 or 3 times I did. Yeah. So at least I'm making up for that now. So let's see, I have 6 more stages of actually doing stuff. That's good. Dang. Tales of Nightwalk, Type 1 Origin. What's been will be again.
隔離解除はあなたたちを手助けしただけです。早くお逃げなさい。オールイン？それともアウト？血を流す覚悟がなければ騙せません。
意識伝送実験ナンバー001。実験体のパニシング侵食後、自動バックアップ機能が人格を中枢にアップロードを行った。メインシステムによる新たな機体の割り当てを待機中。進むべき道はただ一つ。上へ上へ。
かさないで。おばさんがどんな成果を得たのかこの目で見たいの。
チームを手に入れるために進むべき道はただ一つ。
幸運なお客様。幸運なお客様。ほら指揮官様。
自由を手に入れるために進むべき道はただ一つ。
血を流す覚悟がなければ誰に騙せません。オールインそれともアウト。幸運なお客様。チップ回収です。幸運上へって、この上は空中庭園の天幕ですが。
意識伝送実験ナンバー117。すでに死亡が確認された0号実験体の人格であることを自認した。
私はロイド。自由の時は知らない位置に滅ぼされ。
ほら指揮官様。欲望に溺れた彼らをご覧あれ。オールインそれともアウト。幸運なお客様。チップ回侵食への対抗策が意識のバックアップ。なんて聡明な答えなんでしょう。
意識伝送実験ナンバー999。私はロイド。
I'm missing one. Okay. Oh shit.
幸運なお客様。チップ回収です。
Okay. There we go. Number 3.
意識伝送実験ナンバー129。割り当てに異常が発生。0号実験体の人格に侵食ステータスが現れている。
あと少し。内臓遮蔽を完璧にして意識移植をすれば私は選別を通過できる。
デタラメを。
敗者に気を取られる必要はありません。最後の試験を受ける準備はできましたか？苦しいでしょう。理性を引き裂く野蛮こそが昇格ネットワークの正体です。
Oh, I'm gonna have to fight boss with it. Great. It
耐え切った者のみが
was already difficult last time was Alpha.
命がけのトリックには血で血を洗う必要があるのです。
Damn. Oh my god, I'm being defeat the 100 version? Or 100 version? Nope.
報酬を手に入れるのです。
私は始まりであり終わりなのです。昇格ネットワークの中なら誰もが願いを叶えられる。オールインそれともアウト。幸運なお客様。 様親愛なるおばさん、お礼としてあなたの目の前で選別の本当の意味を見せて差し上げます。
私たちはきっと火の下で再会できる。
Then minutes earlier, crimson emergency lights wash over the seemingly endless corridor. It's like a river allowing brief flashes of the original blue hue to break through. Pallid dark gold filigree stains tarnished by thick, soupy liquid. In her hazy state, Manzano senses the walls pressing in at the very heart of her gaze.
Has my frame been compromised as well?
A sudden twitch flickers at the corner of her eye, but that haughty smile quickly takes her over her face once more.
It doesn't matter if Eleanor slipped up or if she's scheming behind our backs. This direct encounter with the punishing virus opens a once-in-a-lifetime window for experimentation.
Punishing serves as a vessel of information. Ultimately, any conscious mind can be broken down into pure data. Because the salvaged battlefield data chips are compromised, it also indicates that their stored data has already begun to transfer into another form. There's no time to reflect. Looking corrupted, conflict barrels out from around the corner without warning.
There's only one path.
Branching its fiber blade, it shatters the corridor's decorative displays in one savage sweep. Death reflexes Manzano sidesteps. Notice that the frame's ankle joint has already taken prey to corrosion. Conflict doesn't even manage to lift its weapon before smashing onto the floor with a thunderous crash.
Could it be a lack of combat readiness? Today these frames seem far more vulnerable than usual.
Even now, that husk jerks up on the floor, a grimy blend of oil and fluid oozing from its mouth.
You want to break free? There's only a single way forward.
Zano ignores the incoherent whispers, clearly displeased by the result. Even if this was an unforeseeable breach, the frame should have endured far longer. Tries to kill that exoskeleton claws straight through the shattered remains. After a harrowing shriek, it goes still and breathes its last. Zano hauls the construct's wreckage behind her, pushes down the corridor to its far end, and returns to the lab housing the central hub data. Just as she feared, the once vibrant green glow has been all but consumed by a sinister red. The quarantine system wails in a shrill alarm.
We still have time. Lock everything down first. Then this high-density environment run the return transmission experiment.
Jose's sharp breath and holsters her revolver against her leather pants. Eleanor's timing is always so impeccable.
Activate.
Says before the control terminal, voice ringing with firm resolve as she gives that order.
Voice print scan in progress. Madam Adriana Manzana. Console code UAF07. Welcome. Initiating full lockdown on the experimental deck.
The initial phase complete, Manzano turns to inspect the culture dish. Beyond the wall, hundreds of identical pillars stand, enveloping the volunteers and the frames they're about to inhabit.
Unforeseen twists and chance occurrences can often yield the most pivotal factors in an experiment.
As her arm examines the newly acquired test subject, dragged all the way into the lab onto the operating table. Pulls the Mako 3 data chip straight from the central hub and toss it into the ports above the wrecked spinal column. No safeguards, no hesitation.
Mako 3.
Zana's voice isn't icy as she repeats the code name, paying no heed to the virus concentration spiking this airtight space. The code name appears to trigger some reflex. It stays frozen in place. The eerie proclamation rings out like a pre-recorded alert.
Initiate the plan.
The Dead's emissary delivers a succinct order.
Command. Abort formatting. Re-uploading data.
The integrity check fails.
The backup frame's readiness checks are finished. We're ready to proceed.
Steps away from the operating table, turning toward the incubation chamber.
Command. Backup hardware detected. Initiating data transfer. At its core, the punching virus is information, which isn't wholly incompatible with memory data. Our priority is ensuring the medium remains stable before we send it back. Every part of the mind has been completely converted into data. From a purely theoretical standpoint, your memory can be backed up through hardware and implanted into any form of data storage. Or perhaps he'd rather rise again as some kind of cleaning drone. She casts a sidelong glance at the automated chemical waste cleaner on the floor, or sugar her mouth as she speaks under her breath. Zana knows the husk on the table is also a sense of self, and possibly grasp paper words anymore. So she refused to abandon her hope that this experiment would yield a breakthrough. Zana wastes no time quickly finalizing the initial commands on the control panel. Got constant sensors flip her weakly and die completely. Set off a bright flame, slipping to the floor. Next few minutes under that cramped ceiling, an eerie hush settles in. The hush before the end of all things. Join the ventilation system and the frame's virus warning faint beneath will drum pulsing from the Manzano's reactor's core. As if sparked by the stifling heat in the air, a figure within one of the incubation pods jerks violently. As pacing gets impatient, but in impatience, he moves closer, accessing the frame's vital reading data directly. System rebooting. Complete. Pulling data. So close. Just one more step. Blue-white progress bar glides seamlessly across the screen, so flawlessly that it leaves her momentarily stunned. Choosing to boot command. She doesn't hesitate. Decoding grain in her mind, she keys it into the terminal. Grand speeches are just historians' embellishments for those who follow them. The acts that truly alter civilization often go unnoticed. A command, one letter, or just a tap of a holographic screen. That's all it takes. Harnessing cutting-edge technology to outwit death? Such a bold ambition can enchant even the most zealous follower. Those who can stand unyieldingly in the face of the punishing are destined to rule the new world. Those high-born elites who cut and run the moment trouble brews dare to proclaim themselves humanity's final hope? Soon after a triumph, the Mr. makes no showy display of celebration. Quite the opposite. Grits her teeth and spits out a scornful remark, finding an unexpected release in the act. It's a shame that those who hold creationism's sacred view Darwin as a heretic, while those who treat evolution like unbreakable law can never truly understand what adaptability means in this new age. He once drifted through the sea of terror, lost in the swirl of his own oblivion, but now he presses on, guided only by the strength of his will. Fragments of those are carried away by punishing, then settle like flowing sand into the depths of the mind. It feels no terror toward the swirling abyss itself, but away the sensation of having no anchor leaves him shaken. Time, space, emotion, reason, all slip beyond his reach. He gazes into pitch-black veil gripped by fear and uncertainty. He slowly regains his clarity, a choice that isn't really a choice, more like destiny. Throws himself into the endless void where shifting sands twisted under silver strands skirting past him. Areas he can't recognize detonating and fade away at the far edge of the darkness. Shifting sands recede, leaving behind only the scars of fleshly torment in the lingering darkness. In due time, he will inevitably make his way back to this place. But now he's returned, taking form in a vessel substantial enough for the real world to contain. He saves himself collecting his thoughts. He flings his burning question into the depths of his mind, an echoing ripple he expects to rises in reply. What surfaces now isn't the combat call sign or mech code, but the name he once claimed before giving up his human body to answer the call of reclaiming Earth. I am Lord. He speaks, slowly and deliberately, words that mark both the beginning and the end. Then the light in his eyes fade. This is his final death. The end death remains an unconquerable finale. Lesson for all. To the old world. In the secluded corner of the massive warship, the interrogation presses on. The experiment's a no-show. Sounds like our projects have gone too well. So the old man's no longer banking on those rookies. Indeed, the mind fusion trial is going even better than we'd anticipated. Science and Technology Progress and Safeguard Act Article 1092 passes. Death row inmates are Project Catel's test subjects. It's that frigid winter afternoon where shears cut straight between her ribs. Rosewater's final thought flickers in his mind. A current intranet message. Back when he hadn't opened his tailor shop.
chilly, desolate office at Pollard Orphanage. Seeing at the short announcement on his terminal, he feels it's a real, almost transcendent kind of absurdity. If we fail to adjust the human body's inherent limits, even zero-point energy won't help us conquer the stars. Project Bakunon? Testing an artificial ecosystem to improve the colony ship's habitability? Sure, I can bankroll it. I'd be thrilled if the simpler route pans out. But you know what they say, never put all your eggs in one basket. Keeping your mind intact while altering your body might be the most worthwhile path. These kids matter more than the whole mercenary division, more than any cold fusion reactor, and even more than a Deep Autumn class starship. When all is said and done, they may be our only real hope for change. So remembers the old man's instructions, but promises mean nothing in the face of changing circumstances. Transplanting a child's brain to mechanical shell is an irredeemable sin. Frantic efforts to transfer infused memory have quickly usurped Rosewater. Expendables may acquiesce, but in the end, humanity cannot silence its conscience. We made a promise to the other side. That's why we were willing to dive into this tainted blood in the first place. What now? Are we supposed to just let ourselves drown in the sea of blood? Our test subjects remain invaluable resources. The service to Kurno won't be so easily erased. Building on this pool of candidates, the old man has formed the Pollard Agency, a branch of Kurno intelligence operating directly under his authority, and I've been named its director. The executive mandate for the group's top brass seems to have emboldened her. She slips out from under the title of Rosewater's deputy without hesitation. Intelligence Agency? My people are little more than Pavlov's dogs, being able to read and acting only on pure conditioned reflex. The overwhelming absurdity boils over into fury and spits out a venomous comeback. Isn't that precisely the most essential and precious trait of a special agent? You don't overthink the purpose behind the orders or even what are the missions beyond your ability. You just rely on instinct and do whatever it takes to see it through. So what about their basic knowledge? The old man plans to chip away at the world government with a bunch of kids who can't even read the research or pretend to be respectable. They're here for one reason, to survive that procedure. If they're unfortunate, they'll get a second shot at life. And you know as well as I do that the busiest places in this facility are the incinerator in the basement, the constant reclamation chamber. So thinks everything's beyond reason. Accomplishments are the only salve for his conscience. But the comforts he's clung to are on the verge of being stripped from him. You don't need to worry. Agents come in all forms. It's unreasonable to think kids can know everything. Soon enough, the Pollard Agency will bring in adult recruits, while these children will become Section 0. Surveillance and Purifying Department. The woman remains expressionless. For her, this exchange is nothing more than a routine transfer of responsibilities. Those little assassins from Kurno. Sorry, there's like a little bug in here. I'm trying to get rid of it. Surrenders his struggle as though he's known all along. This was inevitable. Correct. She's already provided all the crucial details as she rises from her armchair.
Savor what little time you have left at this orphanage, Director.
Rosewater remains rooted behind his desk like a bronze statue. He's lost in thought that he doesn't even register the door clicking shut behind the departing visitor. President noticed that the waterproof sheet surface marked with an anatomical diagram fluttering to the floor behind him. Long pause as though roused from a dream, he slides open his desk drawer and withdraws a file. Satellites the roster for more than 100 children under his care. Leaves the details Rosewater has already committed to memory. Because he personally handpicks more than half the candidates himself. Until the takeover officially goes through, I'm still the one in charge. You're right. When the child hears the middle-aged man's orders, she just gives a quiet nod in response. The director with his gold-rimmed glasses almost never sets foot in the dorm. It's common knowledge. Most of the children only catch a glimpse of this mysterious figure on their very first day. He settles by the loneliest chaplain, his bedside, harboring secrets beyond everyone else's earshot.
Behave yourself. Don't waste this opportunity. Pack your things. As the child's shoulder rises from the folding chair. The girl lowers her head in silence, finishing behind the wardrobe door. Later, every last one of her belongings is tucked neatly into a single duffel bag. Alright, let's go. Once the man departs with the child in tow, a wave of hushed whispers slowly spreads to the room. She's been chosen for the operation. The self-appointed leader delivers the news without a hint of hesitation, stirring unease among the group. No way! She's such a nobody. Why would anyone single her out? Even though the little sidekick speaks up, he still doesn't dare reveal what's really on his mind. I already know what you're thinking. Eleanor is the star pupil, so why isn't she the one being sent to die instead? She acts like it doesn't bother her at all, even though the girl they're tearing apart with their words is sitting right there in the corner of the same door. So it turns out there's an upside to being defiant. Maybe the grown-ups worry that if they strap her to the operating table, she'll smash every last vial in Jarn's sight. Cocky teeth sparked around of laughter. The ringleader shot a careful glance toward the far corner of the door. To Eleanor, snide remarks like those stopped mattering ages ago. Across the dorm, two girls speak in hushed tones, oblivious to everything else going on. Could it really be the way they claim? No, that's not it. The child's already been taken in by someone. Who took her in? I was under the impression this facility was strictly off limits. That day, on my way to file my injury report, I happened to pass by the director's office. He's on the phone speaking so quietly that it makes one strain to catch every word. But Eleanor can't afford to be sneaky, little eavesdropper. So I'm sitting here on the bench in the hallway, folding up my report and sitting beside my skirt. I'm just a bit lost. Once the director's done with his call, I'll ask him how to find the doctor's office. That floor remains silent. She holds any opinion simply possess the fact she has. Exactly. That's how the conversation just slipped out, letting Eleanor overhear by accident. Unfortunately, the director's call is nearly over. Sounds like he's given some sort of assurance, and he wraps up with a confident final remark. I'll be counting on you from here out, Mr. Trout. So we ended up being adopted by the person on the other end of that call. I don't know what this is. That day I asked the director about it. He sized me up in surprise before finally telling me the attending doctor was on vacation. The busiest person at Pollard taking a vacation. He specifically went to check that office and found the door tightly locked. In her eyes, this score is the best listener. Simply sharing this information isn't risky, since the shifting circumstances will inevitably make their way to the children sooner or later. At this moment truly marks the first time she feels fear. No longer holds a tight grip on how events will play out. It looks like we might not be able to continue the surgery. Now she chooses to share her conclusion. The blue-haired girl doesn't know how to respond. She can't even grasp what any of this truly means. But near the entrance is once again overtaken by playful commotion as the rowdy children seize this rare free moment, chatting and laughing while they start a game of checkers. It's just that even if Eleanor and Discord show a bit of interest, they rarely ever join in on games like these. After all, Eleanor anticipates her opponent's every move and never hesitates to corner them into a checkmate. Later on, whenever Eleanor wasn't around, the bratty kids who lost at chess would unleash their frustration on Discord. Let them do as they please. Our remaining days are running out. I still don't get it. If I'm adopted, does that mean I'll be living with a whole new mom and dad? I suppose so, Discord. I believe that's how it is. A single child knows what surgery really means. When the instructor is nowhere to be seen, the caretaker wheels a little cart into the door. Sometimes it's Christmas, sometimes Children's Day. She always gives every child a small slice of cherry top cake. Cut off from the world, these kids don't know what the holidays mean. The only sweet white frosting beats any cookie or mashed potatoes. But there are times where the instructor walks straight to a child's bedside and places a small bag of sugar tablets in their hands. The chosen child tips a handful of bright candy-like beads into their mouth, then follows the instructor out of the dorm room. Children like that are never seen again. An adoption program. You're bent on throwing your life away and just fill out the paperwork. The old man would dispatch his finest assassin to greet you. The woman slams a stack of files onto the desk. Though she holds herself with a regal calm, her words crackle with an unmistakable threat. You seem to have overlooked two critical words. Top secret adoption program. The orphanage's secret stays under wraps. It won't jeopardize Project Cadilla's next steps or compromise the Pollard agency in any way.
unknown to the children's director, remains composed as he addresses the accusations. Besides, I've only been sitting away candidates with mediocre aptitude. Just the other day, a psychiatrist took a very withdrawn child whose test scores were consistently at the bottom. So when you think about it differently, I'm actually doing the polling agency a favor by filtering out only the finest talents. That was his argument without a single crack. Are you aware of the reason I'm here today? Any further handover matters we need to address? To the old man, only top secret intel that needs to be destroyed after reading over makes it onto paper. It's right there on the table. Check it for yourself. An appointment order? Brace himself for the worst, but this turn of events so defies all logic. The individual seated across the desk sneezed with frosty contempt. I still can't fathom why that old man holds you in such high regard. He took out your orphanage, but he's offering you another way forward all the same. From this day forward, you're an agent of the polling agency. Take it, or... The woman tilts her head, examining a jewel with a wry sort of interest. Victor knows that beneath its crystal clarity lurks the most lethal cyanide. I never once faltered in my loyalty to Kurano. You have no cause for concern. I accept the assignment. His cool professional demeanor returns, shutting out every hint of emotion. Very well. Your first mission is already in motion. Looks like this is my chance to atone. Sees every inch of the discussion, leaving no room for anyone else. Call it whatever you want. Either way, the old man gave the green light for Project Bacchanal's operational phase. Project Attila is our first move to secure the future. Must stay alert to the world government's every maneuver. Project Eden is now on the table. But from day one, Kurano doubts the viability of the Starship's self-contained ecosystem on such a lengthy voyage. Project Bacchanal grants us a new edge in this battle. The facility is set to operate at the North American Ecological Science Institute, hundreds of kilometers from here. What do I have to do? Adriano Manzano, the Institute's director, needs a massive budget to kick off construction. The old man's pinning his hopes on Project Attila, so he's unwilling to cover her entire request. But out here in the desert is a city said to have the streets of gold, isn't there? And the real power behind Los Prados just happens to be Manzano's brother, Sinclair, and his wife. Turns her eyes to the window as though her gaze could cut through the barren lands around the orphanage and reach that fabled paradise. You want me to help Manzano secure funding for Los Prados? You're well aware I'm no expert when it comes to handling finances. Isn't happy about this at all, as if the old man handed him this assignment just to watch him stumble. But don't get ahead of yourself. The file you're holding includes the latest report on the Sinclair couple. Why don't you read it first? While traveling, Frank Sinclair crossed the paths with the singer Phyllis Sinclair, who was 31 years younger. What the fuck? He receives a confirmed diagnosis. He's looking to adopt a child. No gender preference. Fred's sole surviving immediate family member is his younger sister. He his head for the stack of documents. So, these pet assassins of yours, ready to unleash them. Even murdering the Sinclair couple won't ensure Manzano takes over their estate. Steps the folder shut, dread already creeping into his thoughts. Naturally, no one gives their fortune to an equal, but the love we hold for our children remains unwavering. Especially when it's an old, wealthy man with no children who's shooting blanks himself, but still pins all his hopes for offspring on his young bride. Rosewater pauses, realizing the implication behind Palankowski's words. Your plan to adopt really is a great idea. It's making things so much easier for everyone. The end, what really set her off was that Rosewater when I had an act out on his own. When are we starting the operation? You can go ahead and find someone suitable now. I'll leave it to you. Rosewater takes a deep breath. As the visitor is gone for the first time ever, he holds back that familiar prayer. May the Lord watch over us. Where is his lordship now when children are used as mere instruments? Okay. It's the same office as before, but now the figure seated opposite the desk is much smaller than the new director of this institution. Have we received the results of the previous injury report yet? He's only half present while making small talk, quietly playing how to steer what comes next. I thought the director said the attending doctor was on vacation. Look at me, getting forgetful after coming of age. Please don't say that. The director is already worrying himself sick about everyone. Girl's composed smile reminds Rosewater exactly why he chose her without hesitation. Doesn't care where this remarkable child picks up her reading and writing skills, nor does he dwell on the reason behind her perfect pitch. He certainly doesn't bother investigating the dorm rumors about that she's a checkers master. After all, each of these gifts is an invaluable edge for their mission.
You're a bright kid. You probably noticed that Polar's situation is far from ideal. We've been hanging on by the skin of our teeth thanks to the hospital deal, but...
These his words, wondering just how carefully he should speak to the girl before.
Is it because every procedure has run into complications?
That's one way to put it. See how composed the girl is. He understands that trying to sugarcoat things would be a waste of time.
Anyway, this place is about to shut its doors for good. Countless people out there long for a child but never get the chance, hoping to make their family whole. That's where you're headed. A new home with them. Director, you called for me. Was there something you wanted to discuss? You've always made us your top priority, Director. I promise I'll follow your guidance.
She slips on a smile so flawless it's almost unsettling. Rosewater can't begin to guess what's hidden beneath its surface.
An older gentleman and his wife saw our adoption notice. He'd taken quite a liking to you and planned to choose a suitable day to meet. We got everything scheduled. You're arriving the day after tomorrow.
Can't quite explain why, but the way they phrase it makes his skin crawl, like they're discussing some stray off the streets.
Right, because I guess even in the end, even though he is actually like sending them for that surgery, he's still actually like giving them food, making sure they at least has some form of entertainment, giving them beds and stuff. It's not like he's making them do like hard labor. I mean, in the end, it's still not great what they're doing here, but he did choose to pick them up when they had like nowhere to go. Does this mean they'll be my new mom and dad?
But before he can even mention the toughest part of his request, the girl's already bouncing with excitement, letting out her cheer.
Director, there's no need to worry. I'll make sure to do my very best. However, I do have one small favor to ask.
The sparkle in her eyes briefly fades, but her courteous smile never wavers.
It's your friend, right? Don't worry, I've taken care of everything. Our new place is just around the corner from you.
Beneath his glasses, there's a sober intensity. It's the only time he truly speaks for the heart.
No lying, alright? I promise.
Can't wrap his head around how she glides so smoothly from elegant reserve to playful glee. Maybe she's the perfect person for the job. For the first time, Rosewater feels a strange creeping dread.
So me, Disco and Director, we'll still get a chance to meet again someday, right?
Rosewater doesn't answer. Corners of the girl's eyes curve into a joyful arc that reminds him of his sife's sharp edge. In a large dormitory, most of the beds now lie empty. The luggage and packs left behind look all the more conspicuous against the emptiness. Rosewater watches the blue-haired girl huddled in a corner, releasing a quiet sigh.
This is all I can do for you.
Reflects on this thought as he moves forward.
Discord. It's time for us to leave.
Or rises slowly. She never defies a command.
And Eleanor, you realize we don't get to decide anything here. The adoptive family does. So, am I being left behind again?
Doesn't lash out or make a scene, so she dims like the final flicker of a dying flame.
Eleanor's getting a new home. How great is that?
While he speaks, he realizes just how empty his words of comfort sound. He remains silent.
Our destination is practically right next door to Eleanor's new home. It's my newly opened tailor shop, located in Los Prados, the same town you once called home.
As soon as the man utters that word, the girl freezes in place.
A tailor shop? Who would have thought Director had a trick like that up his sleeve? Don't worry, your new life is about to start any moment now.
Taking advantage of the moment, he gently clasps her hand, offering quiet reassurance. The girl nods softly and quietly starts gathering her belongings, offering no further words. Ah, so that's how he ended up having to work here. But damn, it's kind of ironic how now it ends up with Eleanor having to assassinate him.
Sleek, meticulously tailored attire complements the subdued decor. The girl's concept of fashion still revolves around cloaks and combat fatigues.
On this moment, she's only observed similar styles for the patrons frequenting the entertainment hall.
guides you to the polished wooden staircase to the second floor and then pushes open a small door off to the side. Inside is a warm, fully equipped bedroom, well apart from the dorm's rigid uniform bunks. This is your new home. Night's almost upon us, and you've had a rough trip. Let's call it a day and get some rest, shall we? Roger. So the only thing that registers in our mind is being given orders. No more drills here, and definitely no more orders. Take it easy, Discord. She knows it all, heads straight for the bed and retrieves the set of restraints from her back. There's her wrist ready to carry out the move etched into her reflexes, only for the man to snatch that orange yellow strip away. There's no need for that anymore. Besides, the training suit built-in cleaning cycle can't handle a candle to a proper hot shower. Thank you, Director, but I really am feeling a bit worn out. Very well. One last thing. There are going to be quite a few new faces around here soon. The city is crawling with all kinds. It's far from safe. Suppose we change the subject. Whatever you do, don't leave without talking to me first. The second floor has everything you need. Take some time with it if you're interested. The girl knows exactly what it implies. Simply a polite way to claim she's grounded. Alright then. Good night. The girl steps out of her training uniform and settles forward onto the soft bed. Where could she be? Honestly, she finds herself missing Eleanor. Even though she's been cast aside yet again, she can't bring herself to resent the feeling of being needed. Strange house arrest decree leaves her unsure of her path into tailor shop. She can't quell the deep-seated longing that stirs within. Before she ever set off on her wanderings, sewing was the skill she excelled at most, and the one she treasured with quiet pride. Regardless, tonight proves to be the most restful sleep she's had in what feels like ages. For the first time, there are no restraints binding her wrist to the bed frame, and in her dream, she's embraced by the warmth of true freedom. The dream, the overture of Tannhauser, brings ever for sharp, resonant clarity. Palgowski wraps up the lengthy story and, after a soft calm, falls quiet. So Rosewater took Discord under his wing, and claimed he was founding a Los Prados intel station to dig his roots into the city. No wonder the old man tried to have him taken out by someone else. Was he really treating the agency's candidates like personal property? Yes, he believes it's the least he can do to keep things safe. Refuses to let Discord join the Polar Agency's Section 0. So much for that protection. Doesn't seem to have worked out too well, does it? After Eleanor finishes her task, Project Balkanon makes steady headway for a while. At least until the old man, pleased with Project Dill's progress, decides to shut down our funding entirely. In the aftermath of the assassination attempt, Discord stays close to Manzano, quietly gathering intel, but none of them foresaw how punishing will append every carefully laid scheme.
Damn, so that's how this whole thing kinda worked. Shit. In the end, Rosewater was just another pawn. They had to be taken out for the sake of the mission. Not to mention, like, Eleanor getting adopted just for that? Fuck. Who knows how things would have worked out if it was just like, it would finally be over, but knowing Kurano, it never does end with that.
Convinced she's turned Discord to her cause, Manzano wants her back in Kurano as a double agent. Naturally, once the punishing outbreak hits, both Manzano and Eleanor vanish without a trace.
Ah, I see. Damn, this really was laid out by Kurano. Like, completely.
Word has it they managed to pull out safely. I'm inclined to trust that version of events. Don't worry about that, and thanks for sharing your old tales. We'll dismantle every single screw in Babylonia to inspect them, one by one. Someone of her stature arrives on this colossal warship, and we don't even give her a proper welcome. We really should have done better. You already know how everything turns out after that.
The former head of Polar Agency finishes her story. She even gives a hint of relief, having once believed these secrets would follow her to the grave.
Such a stirring sight. People willing to swallow their pride and shoulder the load like our first president. We got no shortage of those in Kurano.
The man closes the file of records. His face contorts as he forces out a few tears, namely letting genuine emotion break through. But Palangowski understands all too well that this is the final judgment.
We'll figure out how to deliver this report to the Parliament. As long as someone is willing to shoulder those unspeakable failures, our progress will never stall. Let the past remain buried. As the Parliament sees a statement declaring all human experimentation projects have been terminated, they'll surely concur. Your sacrifice paves the way for the real Project Winter to forge ahead without a pitch. Produce a time-worn flask. See if it's actual rust and slams to the metal tabletop. That was once Palangowski's possession. So, privacy for the lady then. Mayor Riser steps out of the room. She knows the mockery, voluntarily forfeiting the chance to have the last word. Damn, so even she had to be shut up. Last words never cross her mind. They're for heroes, not for someone like her. Tips her gaze toward the emerald trinket. Her flawless sheen conceals a deadly dose of cyanide. Oh, right, that. The one she handed the rose water. Palangowski twists the flask cap open and empties the trinket's contents inside. Gives the flask a brisk shake like a bartender preparing a fatal cocktail. Dignified until the end, she now resolves not to depart in wordless surrender. A toast to the old world. Those words, she raised the jug and drinks it in a single unhesitated gulp. Damn. Seriously, what the fuck? How many lives does Kurino have to ruin before they're satisfied? Like, what the fuck? That is messed up. That is still crazy, how that ended up like that. Remains a Pollard orphanage, Oscars and Prados. Corrupted presence detected. Potion levels are near contaminated limit. Short alarm dies over and over. To Lilith, it brings out the triumph of war cry. Big sister's home. Shouldn't you all look a bit more thrilled? The dust below, the undead surge upward, straining against their rusted bodies as they creep toward our defenses for a nightmarish crawl. This horror is the byproduct of a botched experiment. Prototype console built by tramping a child's brain inside them. Oh, right, that. Yeah, I guess it would take advantage of it. Troops remain clueless that each enemy is a spirit doomed to wander, not release. The Deceiver is a nightmare straight from the depths of hell. All units, pull back to the fence. Ammo's running out. Call for backup now! Because the fluid spires across the construct's wounds like rain. Spare no moment to tend to it. Stay calm. Suppressive fire on the target group left corridor. Short bursts. Before the squad leader can finish giving orders, a deafening salvo of full-powered high-explosive rounds drops out his voice. You want some too? Then come on, bring it! Throwing discipline to the wind, Gaza unloads a torrent of gunfire, only to have its ankle seized by the corrupted crawling right up on the defensive perimeter. Staggers once, then gets hauled over a wooden force like the fluid and grind, desperately forcing his handgun free. Not today! Get away from me, freak! Director. Don't understand. Oh yeah, it is. The Kings. Another round tears into that slivering mangled husk, but the convulses violently, spewing out garbled babblings of the seal's fluid. The kids just started warming up. Don't push your enthusiasm by being too harsh. Silver-haired girl watches the soldiers in the corrupted battle with keen interest, long limbs carving a graceful arc through the air. Like a gymnast nailing a high-difficulty move, she whips her leg around and her razor-sharp knees, but steps right at the shattered corpse's skull. Captain Eleanor, thank you. Forces himself upright, but his gratitude dissolves into where Gurgo's fluid churns into his throat. Corrupted, stabbed in the head, snaps its metal arm upward and drives the corroded blade into the soldier's lower back. Those non-lethal strikers only made the creature more ferocious. What is this? Construct soldier collapses and the echo of rolls and gunshots as the corridor slowly fades away. Shattered form continues to spasm, dragging itself inch by inch toward Lilith. She recognizes that voice instantly. Even though it's altered, she knows it's the confession of someone who once tormented others. You've certainly given us a warm reception. My soldiers are confused. They just can't wrap their heads around why an orphanage would be the hot spot, or the hottest spot for punishing activity on the outskirts of Lost Products. The memory buried beneath the iron exterior ends in the excruciating moment when my very mind is ripped from my spotted skull. Years
years later, that prison spirit is seized by an entity known as Punishing, becoming a mindless puppet lost in the present. Corrupted hydraulics growing as though on the verge of collapse, and it managed to struck out its final words.
You think I'm back here just for her?
Offers a self-rewarding laugh, as if expressing genuine thanks for the corrupted loss.
They say people are good at heart. Turns out they were right after all. In return, I promise I'll grant you a wish. But my moon umbrella's already a mess, so we can't risk it getting any dirtier, you know.
Construct's calf compartment furrows really intricate mechanisms. All over the control like blade snaps into place with self-roaring gears. She waits as though stepping over the fallen construct soldier and lifting her foot with practiced elegance before letting her heel come down and corrupted shadow remains.
Good night. Sleep in peace. Be from enemy to further strikes.
Corrupted stir now, and under a gunfire is fading. Orderly into the orphanage basement no one fights. A single voice is heard. Surrounded by fire team, Solon, Scimitar, Ivy, Snuff Ferret, and their glorious legacies cut short in the final stand. I'll submit the wet, muddy carnage. Beyond them all stands a lone consort beneath the moon umbrella. Frame streaked with grime, and her boots are thick with dust and flume. She's still alive, needing no backup of her memory, no unbreakable circulation system to keep her going. Opens herself entirely to the never expelled for the punishing data. Oh, I see, because her emotions would be highest from this location too. Construct Fireteam maintenance deck, 2 hours later.
So the final site we have to clear is the orphanage.
Goes over the mission's coordinates again. Voice edged with satisfaction.
Sorry, need to drink some more water. That's right. It's the last high-density zone outside the city.
Construct that has emerged from the brutal battle speaks with a disarmingly calm detachment, as if narrating someone else's story.
Did I let you down? Should I apologize?
Rand casts a challenging look, and Lilith instantly grasps where she's getting at. Discord remains missing, and yet Lilith shows no sign of worry.
So many years pass. Even if there's any clue left behind, it's likely been eaten away by the rampant contamination. I appreciate you still watching out for me, Aunt. We have more urgent business to deal with right now.
Since that leaked incident a few years back, Lilith is far more willing to align herself with Manzana's vision.
To sum up our progress, we've wiped out the corrupted threat in Los Prados and effectively taken back control. But the city is our stronghold, our mission to reclaim the surface can finally get underway. However, building large-scale conservation areas demands extensive purification systems. For now, our best move is to establish a stronghold in Los Prados. Still, it stands as our first true victory in taking back the Earth. I'm proud I didn't end up slowing you down, Aunt.
Packs every conversation with so much decorum that comes off as a bit forceful, though technically flawless.
Don't go patting yourself on the back. I haven't exactly pinned a medal on you yet.
But the lady of the house is completely unfazed by that kind of smooth talking.
I mean no disrespect. I'm honestly thrilled to see what you've managed to achieve all on your own, Aunt.
The implication is as if she doesn't want any kind of reward aside from recognition. How could this be?
Sure, the results are here. But what's your real aim? Taking charge of a construct unit? You want me to believe the top card player is vying for an officer's rank? Control over a conservation area? Or is it something else altogether? Talk!
For the first time ever, she backs her only living relative into a corner with no escape. Damn! I mean, to be fair, I guess I would be, like, scared too, because it's like, she doesn't really know what she's planning. It's like, she knows that she had many opportunities to, strike back when she could have, but she just doesn't know why she hasn't done it. Especially since she already let slip a chance where she was showing that there is some chance for retaliation.
You really don't know, Aunt. I've been gambling with my life all this time. Walking away unscathed from a high-stakes battle, This simple rush isn't like nothing else. Sure, I was at fault for letting my guard down back then, but that unexpected crisis also handed you even more chances to run your experiments, didn't it? Throwing myself into danger, turning the tables through skill, then reaping the rewards that rushes everything I crave. I'm sure Auntie can see where I'm coming from, right?
With a calm drop of her gaze, the girl answers the interrogation in a soft, measured voice, like telling a story.
Don't get smart with me. You know perfectly well the only viable data sample escaped by latching onto that mechanoid. Never been able to recreate those results. If it happened once, it'll happen 1,000 times. Patience is the key to winning hands, after all.
The ones over here, the arbiter at the entertainment arena, could rattle off those core principles as though reciting cherished heirlooms.
How is it you're always the one who comes out alive?
Damn, she just realized that now? The girl under attack by cruel words. Where's the startled expression?
I couldn't care less how many concert squads I lose, but every single time it's the same one who comes back alive. This doesn't make sense.
A triumphant claim barely hangs in the air before the mistress suddenly switches to the accusing tone. Yeah, fair, because, I mean, yeah, how is it only her? Because, like, it'd be one thing if at least a team or something like that to show that she's making progress. But if anything, it's showing that she's not making progress yet for some reason. I don't know, it's always coming back alive, even though every chance, or the chances that she should have at returning alive should be practically zero every time. Especially considering she hasn't really done, like, any modifications to Lilith, supposedly.
So, Aunt, using a built-in shielding and transferring one's memory could be how we overcome and punish each child to step into the next phase of our evolution. Am I right? If you do nothing but flee from the virus, it's only a matter of time before it consumes you.
Feels like she's gently walking a child through each step, for so soft it could be woven from cotton.
Great genius. What's on your mind? An ultimate weapon that can drain a punishing virus.
And Manzano fires back with biting sarcasm.
I suppose my complete lack of fear in these high-risk environments is the reason I've been so lucky to survive every time. Fear distorts clear thinking. Only a steady mind can make split-second accurate decisions. And that's what boosts your odds of staying alive.
Despite the tension, the girl stays composed, presenting her straightforward hypothesis without hesitation. It seems Madame Manzano has decided to drop her line of questioning.
It's of no real consequence. Odds, luck, call it what you will. But I hold my own trump card. I've been aware of all your contributions, so there's no need to fret.
That measured cadence, she restores her sovereign poise.
As long as I remain in Babylonia, I'm bound to overthrow Kurano, and even topple Hassan himself. I don't care what schemes you're brewing, but here's some advice. If you can't rein yourself in before I seize power, the fallout won't just swallow up you or me.
Resources, authority, so also the elusive ideal still holds sway over every last survivor's destiny.
I'm only going to warn you once. Don't play with fire, you'll get burned. I understand.
The side door behind them gives a soft click. Blind to have a Z&H just steps into the hallway.
Madam, Eleanor, I'm here. Smooth off.
Zana doesn't say a word, so she holds out the terminal for Kevlar to see. On Los Prados' real-time Warzone map, all trace of red have vanished. Now it's covered entirely in a comforting blue.
This is invigorating. Then we can move forward with drafting the proposal to return to the surface. Mr. Kephart, so you've been re-elected yet again?
Leo suddenly drops this question out of nowhere, catching everyone off guard.
Oh, yes, a landslide. The townspeople still appreciate everything we did during the crisis.
Though he maintains an air of confidence, a subtle hesitation seeps into his response. Zana shoots him a knowing look.
It's fine. Speak your mind. Sir, is there something you'd like to inform us about? I'm only here under official appointment, so I'll explain. No need for votes, because there's no one left to vote. What's going on here? Did something happen recently?
She only steps into the role of a frontline commander, completely oblivious to what's unfolding behind the lines.
It's proof that you poured everything into the ground offensive, so much that you never sensed the upheaval aboard the ship. Because our retreat was so rushed back then, this ship's ecological systems never underwent a proper test. In short, water and food supplies are already running dangerously low. This is why we must accelerate our return to the surface.
Alright. Because they're their own group still. Right. They're not exactly completely at ties with Babylonia. Just seeing as each other as like neutrals. Adam lays out every detail of the intel that can append the entire situation, speaking with the clipped efficiency of a briefing.
But what about everyone living there? Remember, the Eden class was first conceived as a colony ship, outfitted with countless cryopods to endure the harsh realities of intergenerational voyages. When people enter extended low-temperature hibernation, their metabolism slows so drastically that they can scarcely need any external support. Naturally, there's another perk in unfreezing a hero or two now and then. If they emerge at full strength, it can be converted into construct straight away, reinforcing our ranks.
Oh, wow. Maybe that's the trump card Rand is counting on. A colossal, never-ending supply of manpower. Rest assured, Eleanor, day-to-day life in the core residential sector won't be disrupted in the slightest. Drink up and dance away. Honestly, maybe it's because our ground operations are going so smoothly that everyone's more pumped up than ever. The blonde man can never quite shake that playful streak of his nature. Policies and proposals still hinge on Kephart and his peers to drive them forward. Until that future is won by the few, everyone else should offer their support and understanding. Does the Parliament truly approve of freezing the residents on such a massive scale? When it comes to protecting one's own skin, who wouldn't make the same call? Jeez. Is this just another callous choice by the powerful? Thus mediocrity's quiet dread enters. Shattering common knowledge, breaking sets of reason, uprooting every belief since humanity fled to orbit. Love can barely hold back her excitement, as if the entire world has gone mad. No one even realizes why. Ever since that tiny spark of the singularity, every so-called plan and strategy has been undone by something far more ominous. Like a mad scientist peering through a microscope at colonies too small to see even with the naked eye, and reveling in it. Crazy to witness how it all ends.
It seems you and my aunt have things to discuss. If you'll pardon me, I'll take my leave. I'm heading over to San Lorenzo for a drink.
Love refuses her words with carefully measured hands of exhaustion.
Please, miss, by all means.
Being picturing those grueling fights is enough to send chills down my spine.
Go on, indulge yourself.
You've earned it. Of course she has. The treat waiting for her was far more than a single buzzworthy cocktail.
Moving forward, we still have to trouble Mr. Kephart to handle the red tape on the Stronghold's construction. We sincerely appreciate your diligent efforts. Go. I believe you can keep it together, but don't let your guard down. It appears our esteemed guests are so overjoyed that they completely lost themselves in the moment.
Offering both permission and a warning at once, it's Lady Manzana. Love drowns her instinctive reply before it ever leaves her lips. I still believes the plan is rock solid. Should she really not let it get to her head?
Thank you for your kindness, Sam.
Again, the word she speaks was out like a flat soda of water. Points restraint is Love's hallmark style. She departs the room, drives down the deserted hallway and steps into the elevator bound for the San Lorenzo Entertainment Complex. Beneath the crystal chandelier, the roar of the crowd surges, making every metal ring decoration tremble in its wake. Just like the day long ago when a young girl first set foot in the Lucky 38 casino, it's never changed in the slightest. However, during the Golden Age, or in the aftermath of disaster, or in the Elysian City or beneath an orbital dome, the spirit endures. Another round! Come on, top it off! Creds. I'm loaded with creds. Man raised his wine glass to the floor, shoving a flashy black and gold card right up to the robot bartender's face. Making no one phased by his shouting, just keeps lipping his cryptic alert tone. Told you those metal suits are no match for flesh and blood. Can't even compare when it comes to touch. Don't throw good booze away. You don't drink it handed over. One just asked for a refill seems oddly crestfallen, banging their glass on a moment bar top as if mourning. I won't listen to you. What's so wrong with me stepping in to strain it out? He glanced at my fist that sticks with booze. And metallic suits wrestle in a vicious tangle, provoking focused laughter from the card players at the next table. The light of the decaying patches of their skin remained indistinct. It really bogs with such unpleasant mood-killing details.
Enjoy yourselves.
The rain suffocating air eats away at everyone's nerves. A single person notices the young woman with her moon umbrella, finally threading her way through the bar and the labyrinth of poker tables. I settle in the self-serve buffet along one side of the hall. The time-tested tactic. Hand out free snacks and people will lose track of time and stick around. Of course, you won't find a clock in a place like this. Any hint of time passing is taken out of the question. Why are we out of that fancy gold leaf bacon today? I don't mean to cook anywhere beside the diner's been dead silent for ages. Status lights are practically buried under the dust. I knew it. These contraptions can hold a candle to read human hands. Sounds fussy over extravagant request after the tray to survey the mountain of food before. Kick things off for a roasted lobster. Take stubby fingers, he scoops up a fungus rid of morsel and stuffs it straight into his mouth. I can practically smell the rot in the air. The lingering phantom, the punishing virus refused to be abandoned. He vanished. Deadly nozzle away at the once pure air and delicate flesh. Even the ear. They called the unaffected core disturbed. Yet it, and the last hidden beneath, was sealed off entirely to raise a perfect petri dish for the punishing virus. In the world, I just eat. Damn, really? That's what's going on? Oh, yeah, because once it started, yeah, because it is completely closed off. They don't have filters and stuff like that. As face contorts nagging, he chokes out a harsh beverage and eat. Unnatural dark red tinge spreads across his tender neck.
Bon appetit, everyone.
Sleepily runs her tongue across her lips. Like his crowd is none the wiser by the atmosphere of ritual sensation she craves. Don't waste no time heading to the escalator that leads straight to the first floor lobby. Seductive jazz and defiant rock pierce everyone's ears. A jarring blend, still orange raucous applause at the heart of the dance floor. Their council scenes, the self-righteous elites immerse themselves in this grimy tide of sound, in their glasses to toast its eerie harmonies. Those confined within these walls is never beyond fleeting pleasure, only devoid. Champagne flows in streams, and gold is piled higher than the eye can see, as the point of locking horns won't launch up any longer. Instead is their handiwork with bold satisfaction.
Yes, poisoned wine and cheese. My special treat for you all. Go on, indulge yourself.
Shows this gift remains deliberately hidden. After all, those about to be swept away by their own cravings need to know who's pulling the strings. Those Cerner and won't object to this outcome. She needs an environment brimming with intensity for her experiments. Those approach provides the perfect breeding ground. These so-called elites, they're no different from those lying in cryo sleep. Just disposable resources ready to be consumed. Still, someone calls out to the girl. But the steps a flushed figure emerges from the hazy days to speak in, asking a pertinent question.
Who are you?
Who am I? Your esteemed arbiter and master mixologist. The heiress who struts about under Madame Manzano's banner. Where euphoria sweeps across every inch of synthetic skin, seeps in through the nose and tinges the very soul of crimson. She remembers the ancient city consumed by flames from the heavens, brazen revelry that once raged within its walls. The power to judge lies within net that hasn't even descended yet, but it has no authority to summon heavenly fire. History already has its shares of those who drowned in the whirlpool of intoxication and desire.
Love, at your service.
Raised herself with such dignity and grace that even the silent faintest misstep in her composure instantly parted. Her heels steeped in the foul blood, hidden beneath silver trim. Each step on the marble stairs rings with poison cruel delight. She's the one who bestows this prison with its ultimate rapture by her own hand. In the end, those revelries will topple one after another, until those crimson pools water their own revelry. Black clock that has no place here will never toll its final note. Having a lamp perched on its triangular stand never dims, and life remains unwavering in uncertainty about how this filtering will end. Why is it that you always manage to survive?
Because I don't fear the very things that terrify you. It really is that simple.
Alas, the world admits the Red Death is here, burning, disturbingly numb to ironic flesh and frantic nerves. This fallen guard, the Red Death ironically called Euphoria, begins its endless dominion over all. That's crazy. There's a lot there. Alright, give me a second. I need another sip of water. All units KIA except for Commander Ravage is defected to the Ascendants. Wait, Ravage? Oh, right! Oh, that's when this happened. Those grim words flashing crimson on the mission briefing screen. Below in the more discreet section, there's a comprehensive record of how often the frontline units have been in contact with the so-called Ascension Network. Letting a desertion this severe happen in the first place is a glaring dereliction of duty by the military. Yeah, because Ravage, that was Lucia's captain of the old Grey Raven, right? Because he thought it would be safe. At least I think. Or was it a different commander? I don't remember. Officer Sharp Sue is the first to break the silence. Don't blame yourself too much. If a soldier on the front line can't resist temptation, then both the duty and the fall lie on his shoulders alone. The intel we gather from the war-torn Fallen is instrumental in refining our construct research and development. Identify the new threat and stay prepared. Their sacrifice must not be in vain. A true leader is someone who never loses sight of what lies ahead. Still, no matter how composed the words, they won't simply erase a military commander's concerns. Only by standing alongside the Ascendant, who holds sway over the punishing virus, can humanity hope for a future. The statement was recovered from the audio clips found on our squad member, Hero. Up to now, we've mainly encountered corrupted or minimal cognitive capacity. If this intel is accurate, it means the enemies who seek to wield the punishing virus's power, now operating in organized cells, are growing more active. We're all aware that, compared to a single commander's defection or the loss of one construct, it's a far graver turn of events. Right, yes, because that was the start of learning about Ascendants. That's why I advocate tackling the issue at its source. Use the combat logs to study the Ascendant's moves. Then we learn our biggest catch. Besides, there's a chance practically falling into my lap at this very moment. What do you think? Ever heard of a place called Los Prados? Desert. I was good to Los Prados a few days ago. Contact. The target is on the move. All units stand by. Since the anomaly on their instruments, the Cossack squad leader quietly issues orders to the teammates on either side. Copy that. Target location confirmed. Copy? His unruly streak doesn't fade. If in the midst of an operation, taking orders from a so-called rookie is about as far as he's willing to go. Still, this squad's exceptional skills are enough to impress absolutely anyone. It's obvious. Stay alert for any corrupted movements. Diamond, the moment I open fire, move in and lock him down. Wind speed is holding up 13.9 meters per second. Sandstorm will hit the mission zone in 30 minutes. Infrared scans are still running. No additional hostiles detected beyond our primary target. The restraint gear for the target is set and ready. A brief flicker of doubt crosses Discord's eyes, usual for someone so composed. She quickly reads in a surge of emotions running through her mind. Alright, everyone move into combat positions. Fast as it stands, the southern construct symbol allows the target remains oblivious to its looming fate. Right, yeah, because this thing happened before, right? Because they thought Elisa went AWOL in her Echo Store. And then they had Asarius to go and eliminate her, right? I do remember that.
Choose me. Give me another chance. I still can... This body isn't everything. The target appears partially aware. His memory not yet fully consumed by the virus. The guarding consort keeps his guard up, but still acknowledges the undeniable truth. Oh, so you're thinking of having a word with him? Trying to convince him to return with us of his own free will? Boss, do we still proceed with lethal force? Pays no heed to his teammates' remark and turns straight to Discord. I'll ensure the target is fully disabled. Our assignment is to confirm the identity of that unidentified construct that's been lurking around. Command has an orders to neutralize it, just to verify. Fine-tunes the electronic scope on our precision sniper rifle. Works the bolt and chambers fin stabilized armor-piercing round. Roger that. The score races a rifle, locking onto the solitary construct which trudges on through the howling sea. The faint blast like a tank's main cannon erupts behind the rocks, concealing the squad. Thanks to in the air. When a flash of silver slices through the haze of dust and rubble. Before the two construct allies can even register what's happening, the target's left leg is blown apart, sending him crashing to the ground in helpless defeat. Diamond, subdue the target. That was a weapon as though nothing has happened. As conceals her face, leaving only those cold, unblinking eyes to assert her undeniable authority. Leave it to me. Acting on the order, the construct scales the rocks and races toward the fallen remains of its comrade. Squeezes the trigger twice on his launcher and then locks the target down with a crackling electric restraint. The sandstorm is set to hit the mission zone in 28 minutes. No trace of corrupt activity so far. The squad nods once in acknowledgement, guiding the rear guard teammates as they close in around the target. Which fire team are you with? Purifying Force? Can't see the insignia. If you want to stay alive, start talking. If our leader's feeling generous, you might just walk away with your life. Sure, Discord secrecy can be off-putting, but as time is non-stop chatted, it truly grates on everyone's nerves. It always seems to find one more thing to gripe about. Fire team? It's not supposed to mean. Wait, you're not the retrieval team from Monzano? This time even Diamond's supposed to lead his momentary slip. In those tense few seconds, she makes no response whatsoever. Or maybe you're going to take me out. No big deal. I'm not about to trust some phony memory transfer scam. I've seen the network's revelation. We are immortal. A blue light dance across the construct's mangled frame, sending sparks every which way. So that's a wild, nonsensical howl. So I could be more excited. Who's Manzano? Still bound by duty, she fires off her question in that quick-clipped way she's known for. Captain Eleanor left me behind. Are you all going to be just as heartless? Quit the act, you fool. You're just a mindless puppet that only knows how to follow orders. I am eternal. Taking back Earth. What a lie. The network chose me. I was this close to... The ravaged construct thrashes. Sensors glowing red like a predator's savage, bloodshot eyes. Stay alert. The punishing virus inside the target is sparking at alarming rates. The score ignores everything else. Plus in, her voice burning with the same crushing intensity as she interrogates the target. Eleanor? She's been gone for years. Manzano's right in person. The lead commander of the Construct Corps. No way you haven't heard of her. Inexplicable weightlessness grips Disco's mind, so her very sanity is plunging into a bottomless void. But obedience to orders practically defines her entire mental framework. Let's complete the mission. And what are the other ascendants? You pinpointed their targets? Speak, now. You really think I'm an ascendant? Hardly worry is such a title. Eleanor abandoned me and my entire squad in that godforsaken pit. It was the network that brought me back from the brink. Jump-started my vital fluids, fortified my body, showed me things I never dreamed possible. A planet completely consumed by the punishing virus. Crimson, decaying, flourishing, utterly majestic. Seems lost in a daze, leaving his weapon silent. It hard to seize control of his target. You determination is about to breach its critical limit. Sandstorm will descend in 20 minutes.
Soul Saint Consort issues a warning no one can afford to ignore.
Send us the original retrieval coordinates. We'll bring you back.
Go back? I wonder when we return. The so-called garden is doomed to bloom with toxic flowers sooner or later. Let the network down once. Never again. Spin electro javelins crash to the ground and vanish into swirling sand. Turn breaks free from the Orc's grip. She instinctively orders her squad to drop down, but those two abrupt gunshots blast ring. Cosmic charges her, only to have its head blown clean through. It's like a bullet shatters the metal shell, sending fragments flying in every direction. I had no choice. I had to use lethal force.
You're remarkably quick to respond.
Though she's out of immediate danger, the tearing chaos echoing in her mind threatened to rob her of breath.
Gather the target's data chip and get ready to leave. Diamond, call for transport.
Construct saying nearby offers no report.
Diamond, Sandstorm's closing in. We have to pull out now. Constructs. There were a way to live as humans do. Who would ever choose to do something like this?
Finally laments to himself and opens the comms channel. Cut the chat and stay on your guard. Moved by a teammate's bickering, Discord definitely turns over the shattered console and retrieves his data chip. Universal enhancement frame. Snow-Ferret Fire Team. Ferret 2.
Oh, Ferret. Oh, is that
right? Description on the chip looks unfamiliar. What truly shatters her composure is the manufacturing label at the bottom. Eden 3 colony ship. Construct R&D department. It's a lost legend of the Golden Age. Something that should have faded into the depths of time long ago. This nightmare haunts her from before she ever received her mechanical frame. Mission briefing room 2 hours later.
That covers the entire mission report. Your tree data chip has been backed and handed off to the Science Council.
The moment she steps off the transport plane, she barely has time to check her ammo or assess the battle damage before Colin's message arrives. When Grave Commander Ravage contacts the Ascension Network and effects, what was once dismissed as mere rumor instantly becomes the primary concern of both Colonel and the military.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
That was the former Grave Raven Commander, yeah.
So you're telling me the target handed over the original retrieval coordinates? Let's have the exact location details. If the target's intel holds up, they would have headed to the new Nihilus Air Force Base on the outskirts to evacuate.
You mean the old Air Force Base? That godforsaken dump has been left to rot for ages.
One thing is certain, they're definitely not from Babylonia. Also, Manzano is officially listed as missing.
The girl cuts off the man mid-sentence and Collins understands all too well what's fueling her outburst.
Oh, that reminds me. Guess hooking up to the Ascension Network scrambled his mind, huh? Because if he's telling the truth, all your old buddies are still alive and kicking. I'm submitting a request to investigate Los Prados.
Suddenly sick of humoring the higher-up's bluster. Maybe for the first time, she says exactly what she wants.
Don't rush. We'll get there soon enough. But remember, you're part of the Army's official purifying force, not some private hire from Currano. Given the recent stir in the Ascension Network, we've just joined forces with the ARU to advance Project Winter to its next phase.
Ah, right, that.
We're Emberia, right? And it looks like the Parliament is every bit as invested in the Ascension Network as we are. Los Prados is already a wasteland. Whatever tricks Manzano might pull, it won't be long to cause real trouble, or won't be enough. We'll use that as our bait, convincing the military to launch an official investigation. And along the way, we can eliminate Manzano. Any intel they gather there should align perfectly with Palangowski's previous statements. This confirms once again that the previous experiments have ended, and Manzano's actions no longer have anything to do with Currano. Project Winter can continue without a hitch. Ah, so the slight sign that they know she's alive, they have to eliminate her. Because again, no loose ends for Currano. Regarding the Eden 3 you mentioned, I'll pass the details along to my bro List.
This kind of thing is right up his alley. He senses that Kurno is poised on the very brink of the Ascension Network. The idea of taking that leap has him so exhilarated he's on the verge of tears. If he can wield that sort of power, then every sacrifice so far will have been worth it. Ah, damn, it's raining right now. I might actually have to end the stream at that. Man seems utterly lost in his own fervent fantasy. I have to learn the truth. There's no silent reaction to his attempts at provocation. We'll get the answers we're after. Every last one. And for that, I should thank you, little one. We all assumed your old contact has been dead for ages. Who would have thought that after all this time, she'd be the one to open the door for Kurno? Whatever Manzano's up to now, her creation has already caught the eye of the Ascension Network. Twists and turns. So many twists and turns. After all this time, our hard work finally bears fruit in the most unexpected way. Go get some rest, hero. You've earned it. Understood. She throws the man a frosty glare, then pivots on her heel and starts back into the hallway. Beyond the porthole, the stars never cease their glow. Everyone on a tiny planet in the far reach of the Orion Arm find a civilization stalled by catastrophe. Shine on, radiant, timeless, forever breathtaking. So they wait, patiently letting their light journey across countless millennia, only to be glimpsed at by mortal eyes. But from Discord's perspective, for the first time, those distant stars seem strangely unreal. It's like a meticulously orchestrated light show, flaring on cue and then winking out in perfect unison. And there are new stars, one you never catch a glimpse of from down here. She recalls that plea, not so distant as if it's someone else entirely had spoken it. Stars keep drifting slowly, a trick of the eye caused by the giant ship's rotation beneath her feet. For the first time, the view beyond the porthole makes her head spin. Babylonian conference room, now. Los Prados. Los Prados, once the shining city of entertainment of the Golden Age, where Kurno previously conducted studies on starship ecosystem reliability. Kurno invited us to investigate. From what you've told me, they got more than a few secrets hidden out there. Los Prados is seeing a sharp rise in punishing activity these days. Just a few days ago, the Purifying Force subdued a suspicious construct and returned with its data chip. Collins is probably fully aware of his actions. For all we know, Kurno might be intentionally letting the secret slip right under our noses. Takes a moment to reflect, then the leader delivers his verdict. Are we talking about the retrieval operation led by Discord? How far has the Science Council gone with their analysis? That's the biggest question in this whole affair. Even if we exclude the possibility that the target construct ever linked to the Ascension Network, its mind model still doesn't match those of Babylonia's constructs. The only frame with a similar pattern is the so-called poster hero, whose origin remains unknown. What do you mean? You remember that Drifter construct, the one who claimed that it could transmit its own memory and carried a hidden invert device. We briefly had them in our ranks. The atmosphere is so tense. No one anticipated that this discussion would stray into such disruptive intel from outside the Ascension Network. Honestly, I think the military should put an end to this entire propaganda effort. The president exhales quietly, shows a resignation in his voice. From the start, we had no idea where he truly comes from. We've only ever seen him as a miracle. Yet the moment you try to exploit a miracle, it loses the very essence that it made one. For the most part, this isn't mine to decide. Now that the rumors are out, the soldiers cling to this so-called miracle. I can't bring myself to rob them of the hope that keeps them going. Besides, any sermon can wait until after we've won. The commanding officer seems eager to jump into the fray. If we can unravel the secret with our own hands, maybe that manufactured myth will crumble on its own. Learning more about the Ascension Network and winning a ground-level battle. Let's hope outweighs any legend told on the front lines. I'll handle the Parliament's affairs. The battle plan is all yours. Nicola offers a ceremonial salute and starts out of the conference room. Los Prados. During his talk with Nicola just moments ago, he feigned ignorance of that city's name. For a leader constantly juggling responsibilities, being unfamiliar with a city devoted to leisure seems only logical. And the truth is, his ties to that name sketch back to a very long time. Ooh, Nicola has history with Los Prados. Maybe with Rosewater. Babylonia, the Acadia evacuation. A narrow seam opens along a sleek fuselage. The compact landing gear settles onto a platform with so much as a whisper. It's nothing like the heavy, clunky military transport planes still in service. It's the final sortie of the day. Each battlefront is stabilized enough to endure until the stage withdrawal concludes. He doesn't expect to be greeted by someone of such high standing, but he still delivers his report with meticulous care. You must be exhausted. Take a good break, okay? Passengers file out of the transport plane one by one, marveling at the sprawling hangar of Babylonia. There might be more of a burst of relief at having made it through in one piece. Hassan steps onto the platform, taking a slow measured walk with the fuselage. Oh, Mr. Hassan. Not Mr. No worries. Take it easy. This model really is rare. It's more advanced than the military transports we usually use. There's nothing advanced about it. It's just a civilian jet from the City of Entertainment. Looks fancy, sure, but squishy. Can't even take a hit. Surprisingly, the big shot starts talking about something he's totally in his element with. Slips right into conversation. Still, it works. At a time like this, as long as it can get airborne, that's all that really counts. That previous president is a real scumbag. Even in the thick of an emergency, he's still angling for bribes. And not for your efforts, we never secured such prestigious transport resources. Workers respond with genuine enthusiasm, as it senses their heartfelt gratitude. Sadly, some stories are fated to rest forever with those who lived them, never to be passed on. Right, because people don't remember what Trillet had really done. I wonder who was behind the construction of these transport planes. And that I couldn't tell you, but one thing's for sure. The rich sure know how to flaunt it. All this fuss for a single city. They got entire fleets of aerospace transports on standby. The easily painted world government emblem stands out starkly against the white hull. The faded word Los Prados still lingers underneath. Ah, I see. It's seen those ships before. I don't know if I want to continue or end the stream because it's raining a lot. But I don't think it'll be bad enough to end the stream, I think. Fuck it, let's just keep going. We'll see what happens. Maybe I can at least do this one and then possibly end the stream for today. New Niles Air Force Base. According to the North American Ecological Research Institute, Earth doesn't have 4 seasons, but 6. Summer, fall, the lock-in, winter, the thaw, and finally spring. We desert dwellers know it the best. Surrounded by scorching red rock peaks, we still see them blanketed in white during the winter. That quiet season, you could practically sense the city grinding to a standstill. In the first few years after the Research Institute initiated Project Bokanat, Los Prados was nowhere near the size it is today. In fact, it was just a small town attached to an Air Force base. My brother's hotel has its own entertainment hall. It's the only spot within hundreds of miles where soldiers and researchers can blow off steam. When winter sets in, the shops stay bolted shut. Only a few lowly tire tracks mark the grimy streets. When people head outdoors, each step yields a sharp crunch of gravel and snow crystals grind together. The icy blue-white frost magnifies that sound, making it echo even more vividly. Such is the lock in the season. The biting cold locks down the passes, making every path into the city nearly impassable. Your mission is to build a self-sustaining habitat out here in this desolation, proving Project Winter's long-term viability for Kurano in a realm beyond our current understanding. Indeed, our hard-won survival tells us that a self-sustaining micro-world abroad of Starship, lasting hundreds or even thousands of years in the depths of space, is even more outlandish fantasy than zero-point energy. After all, our grasp of the stars often runs deeper than our understanding of the oceans and deserts. Still, we are determined to become the pioneers who cross that divide. Our humanity is tied to the land that gave birth to us. Some advocate we rebuild our bodies to surpass the flesh. Others that we upload consciousness and leave the body behind. If surviving deadly radiation, the vacuum of space, and extreme cold means forsaking our very humanity, then what's the point of seeking refuge on another planet? When a civilization reaches for the stars, it carries everything of its species, everything of its homeworld, into the farthest corners of the cosmos. That's why we've made up our minds.
We're going to recreate the perfect cradle for life. But Mr. Kurino, so thoroughly devoted to Project Adilla, apparently does not share that view. Even the resources you required under your niece's name, they didn't come straight from Kurino's coffers, did they? The man Kepler calls the investor clearly has more up his sleeve than he's letting on. If you're more concerned about passing moral judgment than seeing the bigger picture, there's no point in continuing this discussion. There's no need for alarm, madam. I mean no disrespect. Even so, it's astonishing to see someone so young acting with ruthless resolve. But let's get straight to the point. Ultimately, you fall in your own judgment. It led you to break away from Kurino. You know the story inside out. It looks like when Kephart spoke of these new investors earlier, he was doing so on your behalf, not Kurino's. He's a shrewd opportunist who knows exactly how to hedge his bets. It's only fitting that he be the open mediator between you, me, and Kurino. The Eden 3 colony ship stands as our safeguard. Should Project Adilla and Project Eden both fall through, the vessel you're determined to build will become our last ark. It's obsessive, but I can't help but liking it. Working with you is a treat. Fitting handshake. All it takes to finalize this clandestine deal. Henceforth, the Opter feeds Los Prados' mistress endless riches. The Golden Age ends so abruptly, and it only proves her arrogance. 0-point engine of Project Eden fails in ignition to make humanity. Project Adilla splintered into each heir's dark experiments. She can't even be bothered to scorn Project Winter that once tried to outdo her. Brain extractions, limb mods, cloning, memory swaps, endless detours. They match her effortless construct revival from old records. She nearly uncovers the ultimate secret that conquers death. Yet the writer's parting question from that day still resonates in Manzano's mind. How far can we push the boundaries of technology before it inevitably turns on us? Looking for material to write about. Sorry to disappoint, but I never given that much thought. Whenever our earlier innovations come back to haunt us, we just forge new technology to keep them at bay. Those who are certain they hold both the road and the truth in their grasp seldom consider that the force poised to strike them might lie outside the triumphs they so closely guard. She was undone by her fatal flaw, relying on technological rationality as her trump card. Bridge deck. After that sandstorm, the tide formed by the convergence of punishing engulfs the city. Seems impossible to return to the surface anytime soon. It's precisely her detached demeanor that Manzano can never accept. She appears to have no anger, no sorrow, or joy. Only two states. Receiving orders and carrying them out. Are you pleased? This is nothing to celebrate. I'm just stating the facts. Efforts to reclaim the surface stall again, weighed down by uncontrollable threats. As the officer in charge of our construct's ground missions, am I authorized to present a full report to the Parliament? There's no reason to wait. With his precision, she drives her probing strike into Manzano's teetering defenses. Desperate to elbow your way out of the kiddie pool. Before you cause trouble on my turf, you better think twice. You really think I wouldn't see through your deliberate leak after the mall operation? Even Manzano can't keep up that pretense anymore. Is this a joke, Aunt? It's where I live too. Why would anyone poison the very water they themselves drink from? Effortlessly skilled performance naturally takes the stage. If someone aims to poison everyone, and they're immune to every toxin themselves, then they just might go through with it. Meanwhile, my construct prototype has gone through 321 iterations. Your frame, on the other hand, has been stitched together time and again since the Great Evacuation, and you're still using it even now. If unleashing the punishing virus is how you plan to sow chaos and gain the upper hand, I can only pity your fate, my dear niece. Manzano issues the challenge of the very viper she's nurtured herself. Your grasp of survival of the fittest is painfully shallow. Confidence, power, cunning, all of them become worthless in the face of technological progress. Only those who endure the fiercest trials can move on to the stage of evolution. Endure. Even now Manzano insists on using that very word. Haven't you been working with that writer from the start, Aunt? What exactly are you implying? Trotter's been dead for years. I'm not really calling out that gentleman. I just want to share a little about my thoughts on reading. Opportunities like this don't come along every day, do they? Too busy running things before the outbreak, too busy fighting things after. We never stopped to talk to each other.
When the world government's hollow promises of peace and progress are willingly bared by the entertainment's power brokers, she finds herself briefly impressed by the hidden strategist Manzano. But just like every living creature that must either evolve or die out, no authority can endure forever. She remained grateful to her aunt for granting her this secluded haven.
She hears the city erupt in thunderous celebration, but her thoughts are elsewhere. She knows all too well that danger still lurks behind this happiness. After all, she clearly sees what the cheering crowds do not. I don't recall giving you permission to speak.
Her smile gently presses on.
Bacteria never truly die. They can slumber in furniture and clothing for decades. They lie in wait, patient and unrelenting, in rooms, cellars, suitcases, handkerchiefs, even in sacks of discarded paper. You've got no right to hold your head so high.
The girl doesn't acknowledge her and continues to speak, voice taking on a tone even more resonant and haunting than a funeral hymn.
Perhaps someday calamity will strike again, or maybe the world will learn yet another hard lesson. The plague of God will rise once more, unleashing its legion of wrath to descend upon a contented city and turn it into their final grave.
Primal terror grows Manzano, fear of the unknown. She cannot fathom the intentions of the figure standing before her. There is one thing she unquestionably holds: authority. It's absolute, unmatched, and as unshakable as stuff.
Strip away my rank, seize your claim over the elite, and count the civilians in cryosleep. Tell me, does that make you truly powerful? That noble pedigree of yours is nothing but a smokescreen for your filthy operations. In this corrupt world, nobody cares about the showgirl who only knew cheap tricks. Rule is founded on fear, but you can't scare anyone. Eleanor Sinclair, merely a name that's been rotting away in history's dustbin for ages. When I came back to Kurano bearing the fruits of my work, you could have claimed your portion. I'd set that reward aside for you ages ago.
Her gaze, more venomous than a serpent's, pins those insolent insects, dare to ignore authority against the throne's corner.
But that isn't my name, is it?
But hint of resignation, the young girl lowers her gaze for a subdued response.
Exactly. No one gives a flying fuck what shithole you came from. No one will recognize you. You were cast off born in the casino, a failure, a shit show raised in an orphanage. If it weren't for Kurano, for me, you'd have frozen to death in some back alley junk pile, so tethered by that uncut cord, just a pile of bones eaten alive by rats and maggots.
Damn, I've never seen Manzano this pissed. The girl feels a flicker of pity for the one staying before her. Since then, at least, fear seems genuine. She's already made a grave misstep. So when the psychological sparring, she's the one who shows herself underbelly first.
I'm still my aunt's niece, aren't I? The very same niece who killed your brother. The one who offered the land and the funds to bring this massive warship back to life. I feel nothing but gratitude and I've been repaying your kindness ever since. Whatever catches my fancy, I always make sure to share it with you. You want to endure the deadliest high-intensity environment to prove humanity's ability to evolve, so I created that just for you, Anne. Wasn't the sole successful memory transfer experiment and the countless construct trials that followed, all made possible by a place like this? In the end, who knows? Maybe punishing will choose you instead, Anne.
She bows low, wrapping up her composed and measured address. This impeccably phrased, etiquette-perfect speech sends a chill through the room. Those words take shape on her lips. They go far beyond what ordinary sense can grasp.
No one can stand in for the laws of nature and pass such reckless judgment.
Lead to a handful of fundamental truths is the only way Manzano can hold on to her sanity. The punchy virus tears through every circuit in her frame. Even her state-of-the-art internal inverter device can hardly bear the strain.
You want to escape your suffering, Aunt? It's actually a very simple choice you can make. Spit your venom at me again and I'll cut that foul tongue right out of your mouth. Right now. Even if I can't withstand it, I still have a chance to switch frames in the end.
Stand. If at this point Manzano insists on using that word. Echo's impatient. Powers were without doubt the most potent corrosive force, far more devastating than the punishing virus. They can shroud even the keenest minds in darkness, ground them off from the truths that lie beyond the rules we can accept as absolute. Those who dread the loss of power will do anything to preserve their own life. In return, they lost the single most precious trump card they had, a wavering will to lay down their lives.
I've always had complete faith in your grasp of technology, Aunt. But let me make one thing clear. I've no desire whatsoever to claim your throne. So what do you really yearn for? Don't tell me it's revenge. You dare come after me for that wretched girl Discord and everything that happened to you. Is that why you want revenge? I handed you the chance to end Rosewater, the real villain, by your own hand. Still insist I orchestrated the whole thing. I'm beyond disappointed in you. After all these years of careful nurturing, you're still obsessed with revenge. Notion so base it makes my stomach turn. Then how do you interpret the notion of power and reclaim Las Prados, create conservation areas, and rescue the civilians on the verge of turning into popsicles? They're inviting pampered aristocrats who've never known true hardship to rebuild the entire hierarchy, all while generously handing out bread to the masses. If resources permit, perhaps one day they can even treat them to not just one, but 2 circus shows. When the time comes and they hail you as a ruler, you'll prove that your technology and authority eclipse the constant infighting among Kurana and Babylonian Parliament. Won't you?
Shows hardly any emotion, as if she's merely saying a fact set in stone. When it comes to trivial matters that fail to truly rouse her nerves, she won't waste even a single moment more.
Prove your strength and wash away disgrace with your own power. Far more satisfying than mere vengeance. Strength? What strength? In that colossal wave of Red Death, could your so-called empire last a day, an hour, or even just a second? Sure, the natural barrier keeps us from toppling immediately, but the threat you're worried about grows stronger every single day. It's a shame punishing stands as the next phase of evolution, but your way of thinking is never aligned with evolution at all. That order you cling to is merely the structure you forced upon this world, helpless in the face of the unknown. Even the so-called city in a bottle, it's only a matter of time before it crumbles, isn't it?
The orbit seems to be falling, or failing. Deep within the labyrinth, the structure is beneath the deck. It comes a war like a trapped beast, as if the rampant punishing rises towards the cold metal into living monstrosities. On the bridge, the panoramic screen shatters into glittering shards. The girl's moon umbrella catches them just in time.
Since our story began with a longing to sail among the stars, shall we meet again under that endless sky, dear aunt?
Offers Manzano a faint smile and heads towards the elevator. Heels tap out a crisp, steady cadence in the rocket deck, so the raging storm around her is of no consequence.
Savor your final banquet. I'll turn the city in a bottle into your tomb.
Jeez. Alright, so am I just finding regular monsters to escape?
の狂気を存分に楽しんでくださいね。かわいそうな虫けらどもめ。オールイン？それともアウト？幸運なお客様。チップ回収です。私の判断が正しかった。私こそが小国ネットワークの選択。ほら、指揮官様。欲望に溺れた彼らをご
B B
オールイン、それともアウト？血を流す覚悟がなければ誰も騙せません。ほら、指揮官様欲望に溺れた彼らをご覧あれ。オールイン、それともアウト？あなたたちの唯一の役割は導火線になること。このボトルシティと共に灰になりなさい。もうすぐ最上階ようやく始まりますわね。
Meanwhile, signal steady, posture looks good. Chessboard aircraft slices to emptiness and the recon team bracing for the final drop assault. The world outside is shrouded in heavy gray gloom as if the craft is flying blind. Switch to DCS range finding. Range of 240, silhouette is nominal. Taking the unusual ionization to target shell. Autocannons loaded with AP65 rounds. Ready to breach the hull on your command. I'll nudge the control stick gently and the aircraft tips at a subtle angle before shifting course. Approach Vector 709. Still get the target scan for any openings you can explore. Target in sight. The craft's towering mountain-like dome is under breach, stretching dozens of meters across, stands in stark relief. It's obvious the metal framework and its composite coating have been ripped apart by raw force. Jagged edges bear the unmistakable marks of violent blast. A quick burst of thruster fire to adjust their posture to cause their strapped in their seats feel the sudden end of the acceleration. Power down the main engine. Switch to VTOL thrusters. Brace to connect with the full hull. SARS and Diamond each command their console squads to buckle up and prepare for impact. No one expected the descent to proceed this smoothly. We move inside the target, countering no resistance. Lights on, initiating active radar scan. They've had some intel from the briefing, but when the searchlight finally cuts through the darkness under that dome, everyone goes silent. For a match, she draws a deep breath. Green light. All squads initiate rope drop. Hammer 216. Keep that belly turret hot. We need this LZ secure. Face that tail hatch as it slowly opens, the team leader fastens the grappling hook to the ring as it waves. I never imagined a place like this could actually be real. Just how many more secrets are this big woods keeping from us? So the vast expanse beyond the hatch, each laying out stunned gasp with wonder. All units cut the chatter. She understands the living threat allows for no distractions whatsoever. She issues the command, the score hurls herself out of the cabin. scrape of alloy cables, squad members descend from the transport craft one by one. 7 o'clock. The readings. Corrupt activity detected. Autokinetic barrage in progress. Here, spinning screech rips through the air, displacing shell casing to pour down the waterfall. Tracer rounds and live ordnance leave no gap between them. The fluorescent green paths cut straight toward the corrupted underground. Brace for impact. The hull shudders, sending the steel cable swaying like wind chimes. Monster soldiers quickly unfasten the locks on their waist harnesses, bracing for the next impact. Hollow thump echoes as the first operative hits the ground head on. Landing complete. Briefly detaches the magnetically locked rifle from his back and flicks the selector from safe to full auto. The corrupted Strackly starts first. Watch out! Right behind him, a blue pit construct lands, blocking the corrupted's leap to Strackly swift twist of combat plane. The entire squad completes the rappel. We made it inside the ship, not a single step off. You form a fan-shaped search pattern, keeping a wary eye of the surroundings. A shaped lamppost, a cafe alive with greenery by the roadside, and a sleek seashell-like support frame. Sometimes there are even birds flying through under the sky up high. It's almost the same with Babylonia. But it's as solemn as a grave. Compared to Babylonia, the biggest difference here is the total absence of any human presence. The orderlies, the kids and teachers, even the workers returning from the ground level conservation areas. Unless one of them is gone. This entire residential district feels like it's been deserted for ages. You have no way of knowing that the rightful inhabitants of the sign have already been sealed away in cryogenic bullets. Meanwhile, just a short distance away, an exclusive night-long celebration for the elite continues unabated. So this is the so-called Eden 3 colony ship. Tinky is a sharp eye and emotion scanning, looking for any sign of the punishing corruption's origin with endless piles.
This is PGR with Virgil and Dante.
Yo, what's up, Aurora? How you doing? They're not coming this next update, unfortunately. At least not in the global servers. The CN server, I think they already had it. As for us in the NA and stuff, nah, not yet. We'll have to wait till the update after this next one, so possibly like July or August, because we already had the live stream for it yesterday. And it didn't have anything regarding the DMC5 collab. But how you doing, Aurora? Hope everything's going alright. Signal leads them to a towering domed facility at the far end of the plaza. The inside bearing the name San Lorenzo is battered and broken, but still sparks vivid memories of its dazzling golden heyday. The corner of each individual's HUD, a foreboding message close to life. Mission altitude, -162 meters. Babylonia Bridge 6 hours earlier. My father never mentioned that this insane plan was still in motion. You've been in Kurno before. You already know how they operate. So you do know something about Project Balkanon, don't you? Yes, the Eden 3 colony ship. A vessel fated never to embark. Damn, that's all that was for that one. Well, since it stopped raining, I might as well keep going. I am pretty close to the end. After this, just 3 more parts. King's Gambit. Hopefully I can breeze through this. We're all aware why this closed-door session is taking place today. No need for speeches. I've already directed General Wells to file a proposal with the Parliament under the umbrella of a classified military operation.
Or I'm good, just surfing around Twitch for Nikkei references before I'm bored.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I haven't actually played Nikkei yet. Actually, got around. In a crisis like this, the Commander-in-Chief wields complete authority. No one else gets a say. Once everyone's seated in the conference room, the President gives a concise overview. Act first, explain later. I trust you won't let this mission fall apart. Hey now, you two are bickering already? Someone who rarely makes a public appearance at gatherings like this speaks with a cutting remark. Okay, everyone. Stay focused and deal with the issue at hand. Asimov steps forward on behalf of the Science Council, offering a concise summary of the situation.
After the human defection incident, the frontline construct forces are now seeing similar occurrences. Due to the escalating Ascension Network activity around Los Prados, our purifying forces managed to retrieve an unknown construct sample from that region. These models come equipped with a sealed invert device that never contacts the outside air. As for the underlying science, I'm still leading the team's analysis and reverse engineering efforts. Anyway, they can handle exposure in high-density environment for quite a stretch. Might explain why the Ascension Network is so eager to reach out to these frames. I'm intrigued in Nikkei because of its story plot I saw on YouTube recommendation. Oh, really? Wait. Let me make sure I know which Nikkei are you talking about again? Because isn't there like 2 of them or something? Oh, you mean the Goddess of Victory Nikkei? Is that how they pronounce the second part? I don't know if I'm saying it wrong or not. Yeah, I will probably have to try that out. I don't know. I kind of feel like I should be playing it at some point, but I don't know. Just had too many gotcha. I think it's Goddess of Victory. So, oh, right, that. Oh no, yeah, that is the one. Nikkei Goddess of Victory. Okay, my bad. I just said something different. But yeah, it's like the problem is it's also kind of like part of a shooting game, and I'm not good at those kinds. But I don't know. Maybe I'll have to look after some gameplay and stuff to actually think about it. Because, like I said, I'd kind of be interested in it, but just never really got around to it. But how's the PGR so far? Is there another Nikkei games out? I don't think so. I might be misremembering it. Talk about something else. Nah, there isn't anything else. Oh no, that's what I was confusing it with. A Nikkei DLC for Stellar Blade. My bad. Okay. Because I was like, I know I heard that like into like something else, but it's like I didn't remember what that was about. But yeah, I see. No, so my bad, my mistake. Sounds promising. You thought about fitting the military's constructs with this device too. And the cause for such an act is that his frame will be expended like a single-use resource. These devices can't truly soak up or shield against the punishing virus. Once its concentration exposure time exceeds the critical threshold, the host is completely consumed. As for the host's mind, it won't stand a chance either. Oh wow, so it's literally just like only a physical shield, but just once it actually infects it, it can't do anything, like no resistance whatsoever against the punishing virus. Damn. I mean, to be fair, I guess they were desperate to make a different type of a construct that wouldn't be modeled literally the same that they already have now. In any case, recovering the technology isn't our primary objective. Our priority is to find out where these constructs came from. Well, besides, I'm interested in the games because it's all those oversight. No, yeah, to be fair, that is one of their selling points. Gets a glance at the military commander beside him, prompting him to pick up the thread of discussion. As I understand it, ever since the Golden Age, Kurno has been pushing forward an array of cutting-edge experiments on its own. Not far-fetched to think these mysterious constructs might be their handiwork, is it? I'm sorry to say I don't know any more about these damn things than you do. You know how we operate. If we really had top-grade supplies like that, we'd have thrown them into action right away, not kept them under wraps. Only for them to surface all these years after the cataclysm. It seems that lowering himself in this manner is the very way he proves he has nothing to hide. That's why, Mr. President and Commander-in-Chief Kurno's urgency regarding this investigation is every bit as intense as yours. His eyes are both swagger like a man surrounded with both hands in the air. If that's really how you want to frame it, then I'm more than willing to prove I'm serious about working together. We discovered something curious on that recovered construct data chip. The words Eden 3 colony ship. Ring any bells? Nicola knows the other party is already aware of this intelligence, but giving them a dignified exit is crucial to securing their cooperation. Eden 3? Wasn't Project Eden once the world government's crown jewel? Even after Babylonia, they went ahead and developed a follow-up model behind everyone's backs? What's the idea here? Turn it into some escape pod and bail on this whole disaster. Puts on a show of astonishment. My father never mentioned that this insane plan was still in motion. Those words bring a deeply conflicted look on his face as Nathan speaks. before. Even Honkai and Genshin, if we pay on comparison to this Nikkei game. Oh yeah, true. It's like it's literally kind of like night and day. It goes from like a 100% to like 200 or 300 based on like type of characters they have there. So I completely understand that. You've been Kurno before. You already know how they operate. Back when I was still in Kurno, they were conducting research on the reliability of the Starship's ecosystem at Los Prados. The legendary Project Balkanon appears to be in the corporation's ledgers as a theoretical research venture for the Eden 3 colony ship. So you do know something about Project Balkanon, don't you? Yes. Even from the moment he first signs onto Project Orion, my father is already weighing the potential pitfalls of interstellar travel. While the cold fusion reactor in the Dawn 3 vessel would have already proven both propulsion and navigational feasibility for interstellar travel, no one can say for sure if a large colony ship can truly sustain itself as a closed society. Babylonia you see now functions like a colossal space station in geosynchronous orbit. But remember back in the day, people imagined colony ships that might have to travel for thousands of years, maybe even longer, before finally arriving at their destination. Generations upon generations are born, come of age, and ultimately die aboard the ship, living out their entire lives amid the silent vacuum of deep space. Some claim such a close-knit society's resilience defies all logical predictions. And so, while Project Orion and Project Eden surge ahead, Parliament establishes the North American Ecological Science Institute, dedicating resources to Starship ecosystem sustainability. We understand this chapter of history, but back then wasn't the mainstream viewpoint far less conservative. Despite everything, people still cling to the hope that once the zero-point engine solves the colony ship's power constraints, their distant new home will finally be within reach. It is precisely this optimism that allows Kurno to maneuver funds and wrest control over critical project appointments, effectively seizing the entire initiative for himself. As for Manzano, who had been missing for years, she was in fact both the director of the Institute and head of the plan at the time. Doesn't seem bothered about revealing more, but only the parts he's actually permitted to say. The ultimate aim of Project Balkanon, the so-called Eden 3 colony ship, is a vessel doomed never to launch. The sound stretches on for several seconds. At Los Prados. We're stationed in Los Prados, or specifically we're operating out of New Nihilus Air Force Base. Eden 3 is the name of the underground artificial ecosystem testing site. It's built as a full-scale replica of the standard Eden-class colony vessel, complete with every detail of its onboard habitat. The facility's diameter stretches across most of Los Prados cityscape, and directly beneath the Air Force Base. Under the initial proposal, the first group of test subjects is expected to spend a decade inside, gathering invaluable on-site data. We don't have the luxury of waiting on drawn-out experiments for technological breakthroughs, nor do the looming disasters. But even if the punching virus never erupted, this entire facility would still hold its purpose. It's alluring to something that can practically make one's blood run cold. Its core structure lies deep underground, housing a self-sustaining cold reactor and a fully functional ecosystem. Everything you expect from a mid-sized city. In other words, the Eden 3 colonial ship is the perfect doomsday bunker. We've been busting our backs trying to track him down, only to discover that Manzano was the mole skulking under our noses all along. After all, everyone believed the operation had crumbled ages ago, and Councillor Kephart, the only one who might have known the truth, vanished years back. Its word stirs memories the President thought long buried. Kephart, the Councillor from before the cataclysmic disaster. Yes, I do recall him. Just as the two current agents keep the deadliest parts of their history under wraps, the President too withholds his true intentions. The official who once worked alongside Kurano-san, turning over that mysterious fleet of transport planes to the military, turns out to be Kephart. Oh, wow. What was once shrouded in haze is steadily coming into focus. So we can deduce that a number of high-profile missing persons have in fact followed Manzano into that doomsday bunker. For those who never planned to take flight from the very beginning, however many airborne vehicles there are, they're meaningless. That's how this highly coveted transport capacity ended up back in Kurano's possession, where it now serves as a key bargaining chip. Clearly, they're now waiting for Babylonia to initiate contact or offer evacuation rights.
Maintaining rule requires both military force and authority. Whether heading to the skies or venturing underground, reclaiming Earth and restoring normal life is the only way to establish legitimacy, something that aligns with ordinary human emotions and logic. That may explain why she initiates her own concept research, where she ultimately achieves such staggering results. Manzano was part Kurano once at least, so of course she'd know a thing or two about constructs. Don't underestimate us, got it? My old subordinate. But whatever mess she caused has nothing to do with us. Whether these frequent construct sightings trigger the Ascension Network's activity in Los Prados or not, ending past mistakes feels like the most natural course of action. Meanwhile, the good cop of the conversation plays along perfectly, nudging the discussion forward. If you have any thoughts, speak up. I believe real cooperation begins with open, constructive dialogue. As I urge the counselors to go on, technically they're both elected representative in the parliament, colleagues by definition. Being mindful in thought doesn't mean shrinking from action. Even though my father foresaw countless risks tied to space colonization, he never tried to shield away from the price he believed he had to pay. At launch, the Dawn 2 relies on chemical-propelled rockets to lift its command module into orbit. Only then, through in-orbit assembly, is the rest of the vessel put together. But to believe such a rudimentary craft is supposed to carry out centuries of deep space research. And yet shutting ourselves away in the so-called research facility just because our ecosystem isn't fully operational or functional is nothing but blatant self-deception. Completely absurd. Do our ancestors lacking enough hides to clothe themselves? Choose to cower in caves forever? Never daring to explore the endless plains beyond? Let's not forget those early space pioneers from the dawn of the Golden Age. Their capsules are more cramped than a single bunk in Babylonia, but they press on. Diapers strapped on and do-or-die determination and propelled beyond the pull of gravity itself. Claiming time isn't right has always been a coward's excuse. These are rousing words, while like he's compelled by lingering memories and desires, for a glimpse of the truth hidden deep in his mind. Meanwhile, the truly timid believe that lurking in the shadows will let them abide their time until the day they can seize control of the new world. Even from Kurno's perspective, we can endorse those who won't pay their fair share. This wraps up the conclusion under the so-called collective stance, underscoring Kurno's determination to launch a joint investigation. Oh, sorry. Let me see what you said or I've been going on. First time I saw Nicky game, I saw it as a game with overdoing physics. But I saw the first chapter trailer because I'm a curiosity with its plot. Damn, okay, so it actually does have a compelling story as well. You never know, I might check it out one day. Sorry about that, need water again. Fuck. Bro, you always know what to say, don't you? Strictly speaking, those Los Prados relics are Kurano property. But considering what's been said, we're prepared to work with the military on this investigation. Alright then, Nicola. Why don't you give us a quick rundown of the battle plan? Given the Ascension Network's unchecked operations, we suspect those Ascendants are already roaming Los Prados itself. As of now, we stationed a squadron of Claymore-class aerospace fighters and 2 squadrons of Cheyenne-class gunships on standby to handle any possible threats from the air or the ground. Regarding the Task Force consort, they've already been mobilized under standard ground combat protocols. Considering how complicated the mission is, the Purifying Force will be our first wave in the combat zone. Regarding the team members, no need to worry, I've already handpicked the perfect person for the job. Strides over to the blast-proof door on the bridge, snapping his fingers toward the comm chain. Come on in! Purifying Force member Discord reporting in. Those words, she offers a brief salute. Commander Nicola, I heard you needed to see me. Noticing the uncomfortable tension, he swiftly looks away from the Commander-in-Chief and fixes his gaze on Collins. Come on, don't make this harder than it needs to be. Did you rally the military's direct forces under my authority? Right now, he has no intention of going after the Kurnos, who used to be his colleagues. Ensuring this mission is foolproof is my responsibility. Now tell me, why did you choose Discord? Because, well, when it comes to her, is the speaker a confident swagger poised to provide an explanation shaped by his own agenda. I was born and raised in Los Prados. I was more familiar with that city than I am. Hey, you! Senses the unsettling undercurrent in her statement, but this has no intention of dragging any painful memories out into the open.
Besides, Manzano was my primary target back in my Kurano days.
Gets right to the chase.
Now serving as an active construct, my allegiance lies with the military. Ever since this is a combined operation, I respectfully ask the commander to grant me a chance to atone for my past errors.
Force still carries that familiar mechanical edge. Everyone present can feel the chill of unwavering determination behind every word. Besides, she's already proven her strength time and time again in combat. Approved. You are the final say on who joins the advanced combat unit. Assemble in the hangar's maintenance zone in 3 hours.
Roger.
It's a mission she cannot afford to abandon yet, and that's what second uncertainty washes over her. It's been so long since she last saw Eleanor. Now they're face to face again, what is she supposed to do? Alright, let's get to the chase. Tell me what you're after. The President doesn't bother hiding his intentions. He knows that if Kurano is agreeing to this partnership, he must have his reasons.
Oh, feeling generous, are we? We'll take you up on that without hesitation.
Manzano's been flooding us with constructs. It's only a matter of time before everyone gets their own sample. So don't assume Kurano can corner the market on this tech. But remember, these constructs stem from our research. Now virus has driven them all mad.
Did we ever wind up clashing with Babylonian's forces and all just a big misunderstanding? We'd have quite a bit of explaining to do, wouldn't we? So when all is said and done, Kurano will label every construct that emerged from Los Prados on the ground as defectors. No different from those who took off after encountering the Ascension Network recently. Ah, so not tying it directly to Kurano, because now it seems like they're doing their own thing.
I doubt the military will have any objections to this explanation. After all, Manzano was once a defector from Kurano, so calling her that isn't exactly wrong. Revealing every detail of the Los Prados situation would indeed undermine troop morale. We're prepared to accept that. But what those thick-skulled bureaucrats in the parliament think is completely out of my hands. But the moment is right. We have to speak the truth. Wartime actions aren't a free pass. But I'm not so idealistic that I can't face what's really happening. That's the kind of decisive attitude I like to see. Keep it that way. Alright, everyone. Meeting adjourned. Got a busy few days ahead. Let's get to it.
Mr. President, you're every bit as courteous as always.
That's enough. No need to see me out. Call and Liz walk out together, leaving the commander to wander up behind the president. Are you sure you won't regret going through with this? Words carried out a near mocking edge. In his eyes, the president once opted for a feeble compromise. Breaking ties with Kurano is still a distant prospect. Right now, collaborating not only helps to steady things, but also set the stage for the future. I'm sure you've been curious to know just how far this so-called Project Winter has come along, have you? What do you mean? An old project that parted ways with Kurano ages ago is suddenly connected to the Ascension Network. That alone has them so interested. It's not hard to suspect it ties into their other ongoing plan. Oh yes, more details on it. Right. Because true, they did have to use that as the base. It's crucial to strike first, but there are moments when observing and biding in time is just as vital. It's quite a bold statement, but I get where you're coming from. And there was an old question on my mind. Nothing too critical that finally got answered. What's wrong? It's just a relic of the past. Nothing to do with the fight. I'm counting on you for what comes next. If this classified operation fails, I'm the one the Parliament will hold responsible, not you. Screens are exchanged, the commander departs. The president stands alone at the wide observation window, staring at the once blue homeworld that has long since faded. We're one step closer to the answer. Pinpointing the source of those transport craft might be a small victory, but it can't undo the tragedy entombed in the past. Yet no matter what calamities were unleashed by those within agendas, or how the sins may still persist, nothing persuades resolve. To shatter the lies is his undeniable duty. The role he plays is a bullet carrying its purpose carried across the ages. Damn, Hassan's one cool dude. Oh shit. Do I want to continue? Well, I mean, I am almost done, and even if it is raining again, it is just rain. And I am up against a boss now, so fuck it, we'll just do it. We'll see if I can actually finish this today. Because like I said, I want to start on other stuff later. It's a mission she can't afford to abandon again. That split second, certainty washes over. Been so long since she last saw Eleanor. Not to face to face again, just gunfire detonates beside Discord. Deafening blasts and swirling vertigo threatening to tear apart the founder comrade Discord's mind. We need to move, boss. Now desperate scream joins her back to the island.
Don't break formation.
About 30 meters ahead, mechanical undead and corrupted constructs converge into a foreboding army. Just like bathe every surface like it's a globe during the line between blood holes.
Stay in single file and pull back along the left wall. Disengage now. No lingering fights.
In a heartbeat, a few straight rounds whistle by, slamming into a pipe with a metal wall. It's a lot of gas runs through a violent hits.
Sorries. Diamond?
No response. While the desperate combo gunfire goes around them, concerts and soldiers scramble to hold their ground. Press the con button on their throat pipe.
Sorries. Diamond. Give me a status update. Now.
Pull back. Set up our defenses. Await reinforcement. Since concentration of punchy fire, systems drive the enemy into wild onslaught, also wreaking havoc on communication.
Repeating the order. Should we pull back to the plaza, set up our defenses, and await reinforcement? Please confirm. Over.
Confirm. Short clear reply cuts right through the static on the comms.
Understood. Wait, that thing. What kind of construct is that?
Soldier's alarm shout catches the ear of a few remaining survivors.
No. This gas is completely disrupting visual tracking. Which is thermal imaging.
Since there is a metal cutting through the air, goes through the complete bomb. Deceiver managed to check out his final word before a jagged slash to his upper chest. Medical heart sees an vital spasm expelling an air crimson and blue current in the vital fluid.
We need immediate fire support. Unleash everything you've got. Eliminate the threat.
She remains composed as she issues her orders. Like I said before, makes it bulky. Under the center of the ravaged torso is a dart shaped like a playing card. It's a weapon only one individual in the world could ever wield.
Rifle ammo depleted. Switch the zombie.
Just as it happened to her companion before, she has no chance to speak her final words. Long purple-black spikes speed through her body and exhale. So a survivor stands before a truly nightmarish sight. Her mess refuses to disperse what overtakes Discord's entire field of vision, first as a jagged spike turns to swirling fluid. Once the spike appears, the newly coiled membrane shows no trace of menace. Intricate patterns convey only a poised elegance. Purple-black blade sinks into the concept soldier's abdomen, shredded gears, synthetic skin scattered circuitry spill out like a dull stuffing. It's a folded moon umbrella.
Forgive me.
Speaks about daydreaming, driven by pure reflex. Doing duty to answer, confronted by a quivering voice of a dying consort, she can't imagine what else she can say. The umbrella withdraws from the battered doll, leaving it to collapse amid a spill of stuffing. Between the survivor and the master of the moon umbrella, it's very complex.
So it really is you. It's been so long since we last saw each other.
5 years, maybe 10. Even for sure. Even once they tally the exact months and years, it must be a few weeks or days. Like moments that are really use the vast stretch of time. Putting the moon umbrella in one hand, Spirit rests the weapon by the wall, propping it left and kick.
Defector construct. Stand out at once and identify yourself. A defector? We're in Babylonia. What on earth are you talking about?
All along, she sights a completely defenseless pose in its eye locks.
I don't know if that was truly your call, but you know full well it was me who headed for Babylonia during the Great Evacuation.
My voice cold and mechanical betrays not the slightest emotion. Not being reminiscence. The man's dancing.
So life there wasn't good enough for you. You really had to come all this way just to hunt me down. I'm after Manzano, the construct she mass-producing, or the perfect incubator for the Ascension event. You know what makes you so certain I'm not one of them? Or maybe it was me who set up the embargo from the start. It's got nothing to do with my mission defective construct. Eleanor Sinclair's officially listed as missing, or presumed dead. You're trending me. Maybe you have the one-on-one with Manzano. I'll get into this. We're barely any cards to play. I'm just about to pay her back for what she's done. You and your little friend's gonna pick the worst moment to show up.
lasers on their fingertips lost more thoughts. As the glossy polish. Now, nothing but exposed lethal weapons.
Only since the great evacuation you've been under Manzano's thumb by choice. I'll explain why. Control. You seriously call that pathetic little trick control? Did you really think I wouldn't notice that this so-called heavy spacecraft is just a descending elevator pod wrapped in a holographic display? I still remember the smug look on my aunt's face. Still, my reflection in the window feels more genuine than those pathetic mock-ups. A lot like this might fool the pampered elites, but it won't fool me. As for those so-called cargo planes that show up during the ground crew runs, they're every bit as ridiculous. But their content is on once-in-a-lifetime chance. Don't you see? She trusts only her own brand of order, only her own version of reality. I bide my time with that arrogance and corroded from the inside. That's my greatest peace.
It appears to be calling walking a rookie to the basics without venomous malice next on her faintness of the spine.
My Aunt Kent mustered the nerve to head for the true Babylonian beginning. Instead, she holds up in her subterranean stronghold biding her time. But a person like her, she just can't leave old grudges behind. That's why she sent you back to Kurina, counting on you to play both sides. Too bad the disaster spiraled out of her control and cut off all contact with you soon after, didn't she? Speaking of which, that truth you were hunting down in Kurina, can you manage to find it? Don't go there. There's no reason to dredge this up. No need for what? Kurino turned his back on Rosewater and had Manzano finish him off. So as you pointed out, your real objective all along has been Manzano. You saw the package. You know full well the truth isn't that simple. The letter says the Into station was abandoned. By rights, I'm the one who should have taken Rosewater out myself.
Oh, that's what was in that thing that she was supposed to deliver to Rosewater.
Infiltrating Manzano's circle was just the next step of the plan. Doesn't mean who's the one who pulled the trigger. Care to share what you've uncovered?
It's intriguing. She was gleaming in her eyes. She quickly licked the corner of her lips.
Enough. With that kind of feeble conviction, you think you can take down Manzano. You already know the truth. Now speak up.
Makes no move for a weapon. Nothing but it stands in her voice. She pushes a final trace of mercy in her opponent.
My objective is Manzano. The past means nothing now. Speak.
It's getting angry now. Just to face the obvious is, in her eyes, that person's greatest flaw. Francis, the real culprit. For that matter, truly injured Eleanor.
Eleanor, please don't do this. Eleanor Sinclair is dead. Those were your own words, weren't they? Every second you waste only makes Manzano's thugs hit your troops harder.
Because the mission is the only logic they recognize. That's everything on my final strike.
This is my final plea. Please stop.
Sir Mask with deliberate care delivered his soul.
Stop what exactly? You're being too vague. Is that really your request?
His patience is as limits. Shows a long-handled pair of scissors from behind her back and offers up to Discord. Mr. Stain has left a layer of resting oxidation on the blade. It's a dim to subtle blow with silky white steel.
And I'll speak for you. You knew it from the start, didn't you? That stranger who bumps into a girl in a fancy dress on Christmas Eve and sends a parcel tumbling to the sidewalk. You're talking about that so-called mini-spot who just needs a quick check to see the package only has my prints on it.
Ah. So she had examined the prints from that very package that day, and she had already known. So raised the gleaming silver shears to her chest and closed her eyes and hurried. She no longer possessed the esophagus or stomach as humans define them, and yet the first sensation that rises in her mind is comforting war for a satisfied hunger. Then comes a single coin, offering her rest free from any restraints. Still, the memories of grueling training and years under lock and key linger with undeniable clarity.
You know everything, but you still choose to invite me along anyway. Why? Is it because you fear a destiny that can never be truly steered by your own hands? Or is it that after considering it all, you realize that life under the military and Colonel's thumb might still be better than dealing with that paranoid lunatic Manzano?
The smile never wavers. Her round lips is like a permanent brush stroke. destined to remain there.
You've endured the same torment, but we all need a purpose. Something to convince us our suffering isn't in vain.
Behind her, someone let out a cold-making laugh.
There are always two kinds of pain. One empowers you, the other is nothing but meaningless suffering. I don't waste my time on anything worthless.
The razor-edged grin slashes straight into the heart of her former ally.
You've served in Babylonia. You must have heard the story of Undying Lloyd, right? That has nothing to do with my mission. Never even bothered with any propaganda. But wasn't that exactly what the military used to create your so-called target? Believe it. Your unshakable conviction is your greatest strength. Countless souls hold on to hope as their only means of survival. So tell me, what exactly do you hope for? Another mission? And another? And another? Is that it? I don't see any point in thinking too far ahead. After all, nobody foresaw the punishing outbreak. If that Grand Babylonia manages to reclaim our cherished Earth, then what's the next move? Are you really gonna track down the old tailor's remains? Hold a proper funeral for him?
She's clearly hinting at something, but Discord opens her eyes, her face resolved. This meeting was never meant to hold anyone back, while exiling a grave of its headstone.
If you hate me, you're truly hating yourself.
Forge drops into a dark foreboding register, found a snake flicking his tongue, ready to strike.
We were all meant to have our minds carved out. Do you really think the world shows any mercy to disposable tools like us? This world looks down on us, just like my dear aunt once did. They wring wealth and power from their scorn, while I wring filth from a discarded rag. The punishing virus, that vile force they despise and dread. And it's the very thing that gives me strength. Yet you choose to pick up that rag, wash it clean, and raise it high for all to see. It's a mission, a goal, a hollow symbol of how life might one day go back to the way it was. What makes this any different? Do you really think your choice is somehow more reasonable? Common sense. It's nothing more than a flimsy cover the weak use to obscure the truth. Nothing else. Those who refuse to evolve face only one fate: annihilation.
Slowly breathes out her final words. No disappointment in the one before. Rather, her last kindness. An explanation of her true motive.
I bear no hatred toward anyone. There's no place for emotion in a mission. I still have a mission that I must fulfill.
Realizing the truth and accepting it aren't the same thing. Of course, the two of them have been on diverging paths for a long time. And now she sees exactly how that painful knot in her memories was first time. There's nothing left to regret.
Bold words. Seems that's the only area where you've made any progress. So what's your plan for taking down Manzano? There's really only one option, right? You went out of your way to track me down. Sure, I'll give you a hand. You keep saying I'm nothing but a defector consort. So tell me, since you joined the Purifying Force, are you really going to retreat without even pulling the trigger? Manzano's construct is a single-use asset with an internal cloaking module. But you already know, I don't need anything that absurd. And let me make one thing clear. I'm no disposable pawn. Alright, carry out your orders.
Sammy traps Discord against the wall, preparing to lock her in place. Exactly as she anticipated, the gunpowder's detonation reverberates through the tight corridor, strangely satisfying 8 blooms just above her lower abdomen. Those nostril flares were unbridled ecstasy, each breath trembling with exhilaration. High explosive warhead unleashes its chaos from within, bringing the last lever of control that once kept the punchy virus at bay. Crimson glows are just told her. Those baptism, that shimmering veil fuses with the air around her and flows into the depths of her spirit.
Consider this my final gift to you. Eliminate her.
Scroll lowers the barrel of her gun, still poised for a point-blank blast. That once cataclysmic descent, tangled in dreaded shadow, now lies like a searing spent shell on the metal floor. Almost forgotten lost memory. Call it terror or delivery. Doesn't matter anymore. Judged by the same purpose, she makes the choice to trust love one final time. Now here we go.
私がかけられるチップはまだ残ってるわ。例えば愛しの姪っ子とか。そうでしょ。
なんて哀れなんでしょう。選別への理解が浅はかすぎてお笑い草です。オールイン、それともアウト？幸運なお客様。
こんなものなの？はあ？
ほら、指揮官様。欲望に溺れた彼らをご覧あれ。
はあ？
オールイン、それともアウト？幸運なお客様。
こんなものなの？はあ？
幸運なお客様。ほら、指揮官様。欲望に溺れた彼らをご覧あれ。オールイン、それともアウト？幸運なお客様。
こんなものなの？
幸運なお客様。血を流す覚悟がなければ。
はあ？はあ？パニシングに脳を焼かれたの？
幸運なお客様。血を。
こんなもの？はあ？
ほら、指揮官様。欲望に溺れた彼らをご覧あれ。オールイン、それともアウト？
はあ？
シップ回収です。
こんなものなの？はあ？
ほら、指揮官様。欲望に溺れた彼らをご覧あれ。
空砲か実弾か、どっちだと思う？
Oh, I just realized. When I do those like grand counters, it's actually spinning a slot machine and I'm gaining different effects, I think, right? Because otherwise, why would it sound that every time I'm successfully winning that?
オールイン、
At least
そ
that's
れ
what I
と
think.
もアウ
I had one step up and then I had another.
ト？
I
幸
think that's actually
運な
what's
お
going on.
客様。
こんなも空砲か実弾か、どっちだと思う？
ほら、指揮官様。欲望に溺れた彼らをご覧あれ。血を流す覚悟がなければ。
はあ？ かける覚悟で来なさい。逃げてもいいわよ。私
なんて信じない。ほら指揮官様欲望に溺れた彼らをご覧あれ。オールインそれともアウト？幸運なお客様。
こんなものなの？
幸運なお客様、チップ回収です。
本当に気持ち悪いわね。腐った寄生虫風情が行かせないわ。選別はまだ始まってない。
Damn. I didn't think she would actually have like that potential ultimate kill move. I'm just lucky I actually survived it somehow. But wait, I don't know. Wait, because I was in the red zone. Did it actually kill me and then I revived? I hope I didn't. That would suck. The nice guy detonates like a cracker bomb. Spitting to count the shards. Oh no, we're doing this. No, don't use this song, please. I don't want to get copyrighted. Beyond the affected vault, a raging wind howls across this wasteland. The mountain's dark spine shudders in a blazing fire and it slips back into the void. The sun is tide of corruption rises on the horizon, slithering across the red, death-tainted wasteland and surging into suffocating darkness. Horizon blinks, and here between dusk and dawn, fear not stone sculpts the land. Stars plunge across the tortured arc, fracturing into countless illusions as they pass through glass, only to end in one sharp crystalline shatter. Fragments slice across her bionic skin, swirling ribbons of crimson into the downpour. In fresh cracks, a surge of euphoric energy pours into her frame, like her feature calm resolve. She emerges victorious and under the grand skies, triumphs this whole reality.
Humanity is flawed, not because we lack purpose, but because we live for the thrill of the game. Beyond that, nothing remains to spur us onward. From the time we're kids, we all know games are more thrilling than homework, more compelling than just taking orders. Because when we play, we delight our minds and keep the upper hand firmly in our grasp. The game's true allure isn't the game itself, but the rush of risking it all. If chance decides the game's outcome, then a wager must be placed. When two opponents clash, the odds hinge on their skill and strength. The mere prospect of triumph or disgrace is a wager all on its own. After all, that's how each new player gets measured. It's the only way to define who truly belongs in this game. In the end, humanity has lost the monumental bet, didn't it? You still refuse to acknowledge that truth, even now. In the Golden Age, the final gambit was the zero-point reactor. Humanity staked its entire future on that hope. Never imagining it could consume the so-called progress game, devouring its contenders, and everything else along with it. Cut your losses when you can, and find a fresh way to place your bets. Even common sense tells us to do that, unless it's the kind of stale logic that clings to old habits. I chose the Ascension Network, and in turn it chose me. That's how it is, isn't it?
When this protracted struggle finally ends, the lone victor strives through the piercing silver rain reborn. The corrupted, hetero creatures, toxic dead zones, the red tide. All that thriving life outside the dome stands as a stark reminder of humanity's deepest fears. For her, this is a glittering playground, a brand new plaything she's never touched. She knows the pilots circling this facility are fixed on the flashing alarms of their consoles, poised to unleash their strike. Even
Even now, Babylonia's forces hunger for dominion over the Crimson Land and skies. They're now about to confront their own destinies. Life revels in the sharp kiss of broken glass against their skin. Each shard a twisted blessing that sparks visions of the unrivaled power. There will always be those who refuse to serve in heaven, choose instead to descend into hell and claim a crown. And in this shadow, she stands as its absolute master. Damn. And then the red texture. Damn, I didn't know the secret was to also like do 10 parries. But hey, I'll take it. Yo, let's go. And with that, I got this achievement. The selection. Alright, we're almost done for today. Ah, damn it. What the hell? Oh, don't tell me it froze for you guys. Because my OBS is showing it's fine, but I want to make sure. A dim beam of light breaks through the clouds. With the sky and earth, night. At that horizon's edge, the star's pinnacle surges into view. Okay, never mind, so good. It was just my stream jacking. Rips through sheer cliffs, skimming across cityscapes and wastelands, unleashing a pulsing crimson malice beneath a maroon dome. As they confirmed that Manzana's vital signs had vanished, the remaining ground forces rushed aboard their transports and escaped and swirled toward ground. And before leaving the atmosphere, those aircraft ignite their fusion drives, their plasma blue exhaust merging into a tight V-shaped formation, making a faint receding line against the sky. Eco's last directive to the airborne squadron is clear. Provide cover so the ground team can secure those vital samples and data. Ensure they get out in one piece. Eventually, Babylonia's champions will uncover Project Winter's grim truths and put them to rest themselves. That won't happen today. Not in this place. That won't take place within the lethal web Lilith has spun by her own hand. As the first light of morning streaks across the sky, a fierce fight for survival erupts over Los Prados. Wait, what the heck? Oh, something else is going on? Lead ground reporting. Radar 1. Spar missile trails. Initiate evasive action now. The pilots can't fathom how those corrupted drones can coalesce into a tight swarm in the blink of an eye, according to both our ground attack gunships and air superiority fighters. Protect the gunship formation now. Across the universal comm channel, one lone pilot pushed the spares, so struggles to keep the barrage going. Claymore 3, move, move! Squad leader barely back from the bring snaps a warning to the others. Massive explosion rips through the air. It rips through the channel, followed by the ragged breathing of a survivor struggling under the crushing acceleration. Cheyenne 5 and 6 are hit. Damn, someone else actually attacked them? Mad circus crackles through the comms. She listens in silence as if savoring a grand symphony echoing across the wall. Yes, don't stop now. Keep running. Even the most disciplined soldiers fall prey to the punishing virus's lethal snare. Such a shame.
Contact, 9 o'clock. Bronzo 3, do you read me? Evade now! Evade!
Broad throat-ripping roar takes through the air again. This time the squad leader can't cover his 6 and the comm spark, the piercing buzz of the incoming drone engines, alongside a frantic warning from his wingman.
6 o'clock, watch your 6. Claymore 1, you got 2 stingers closing in on your tail.
Claymore 5, push it through on the right, commencing interception. His signal crackles over the comms, and is scored by the dull thud of machine cannons ripping through drones.
Claymore 2, we're out of close combat ammo. Can't lose them. Damn it. Decoy flares. 4, do you copy? Come in 4.
Claymore 4 here. Command Shay is being hit.
We lost all ground support. IP ground support is down.
Roaring, booming, shrieking, that splits like a burst of white noise that tears all to shreds. Webs spread across the dome brings only death. The comms can manage just to echo it their last farewells.
Cheyenne 1 to all units. NJ emergency landing. Set approach angle to 605. Now!
Greenish gray craft streaks through the sky, trailing a plume of black smoke as it dives toward the ground at a waist sharp angle. Clearly wasn't any kind of emergency landing.
Cheyenne 1, what the hell are you doing? Mission accomplished, sir.
What? Brief electronic chirp follows, and the corruptor cuts off all comms. Guess it's time to roll out the welcome wagon.
Performance must come to a close. She refuses to let humanity's clamor defile the once pristine scarlet sky any longer. She exerts her will and the Ascension Network linked to the swarms of drones across the sky, answering her summons. Oh, so that's what she did. To direct the gunship's wing, a 30-kiloton tactical nuke flickers to life in utter silence.
Go on, drown in your own masterpiece.
But the stirring land an artificial dawn unfurls, brilliant enough to dissolve every last trace of darkness. A roar of sound and shockwaves shines the dome into dust. Meanwhile, a stark white light casts a dark corroded gold glow across the far-off city skyline. And then absolute stillness. The rising sun washes the smoke-filled horizon in deeper shades of blood red. Love glides across the winding path that sneaks between the shadowy stones. Turns of glass once mirroring a false cosmos skitter across her feet in the wind. Burning splinters of metal sweep through the air around her. From that monotonous black haze around the sky, twisted shards of wreckage rain down, smashing through the soggy gravel and solidifying into a macabre monument. She shuts her eyes inhaling the sweet, irradiated dust along the punishing virus. Sweet taste of victory.
So, how did I do this time?
For a rookie, that's a recent decent outcome. Liv opens her umbrella, offering him a heavy-laden smile in return.
Because this is still nowhere near the Ascension Network's true power.
Her joy is torn away, replaced in an instant by a ravenous, almost poisonous desire. She knows it's merely the beginning. Naturally, there are more evaluations still to come. The phantom that only Liv can see answers in a hushed, distant tone. Kurno intends to follow their own plan, Project Winter, to probe a deeper truth within the Ascension Network. Moving forward, I'll make sure they have my support. After all, whether humanity endures this merciless winter remains a pivotal variable. Right, the never-ending winter. Their genetic code is incapable of preserving either knowledge or history. It's ironic that the knowledge we record and transmit from one generation to the next is really just carefully curated pieces of memory. In that sense, it works much like our own genetic code.
Every memory at its core is nothing but encoded data.
That's exactly the issue. Thanks to human innovation, even the most insignificant scraps of information get preserved as is, creating a common sense that's supposedly untainted. Yet the heart is already corrupted, because this common sense isn't filtered and simply handed down to the next generation. With no mechanism to weed anything out, the so-called reality built on that common sense permeates our world, nudging it ever closer to its eventual decline. Evolution ends here.
And my dear aunt, doesn't she repeat the exact same error at the heart of Babylonia? It seems she insists on following only her own vision of evolution.
Liv finds his person reasoning is just as stale, but she still respects the core of his understanding. And that's why punishing, a force born outside simple genetics, becomes the most vital variable in the filtering. And for you, a single paradise suffices. There's no need to risk sending you to Babylonia. That's precisely the reason.
But isn't the only thing I've been entrusted with the key? Deciding which paradise to unlock, it's entirely my call, Mr. Vonnegut.
Said Farmer delivers her rebuttal with unwavering resolve. Loyalty and obedience have no place in the Ascension Network. Once their strength can fuel every dark ambition, the agent standing before is nothing more than an obstacle marked for elimination.
My aunt is nothing more than a rival in this grand game, and the next round is destined to go on.
The sealed Project Dilla files from Manzano are absolutely indispensable. On that front, I won't deny your worth. When the moment is right, your intern assessment will kick off.
Oh, right, when she retrieved that thing from from underwater.
Right. That's when the whole cage comes into play.
It's fine. There's only one true outcome out there, especially for someone who's not... especially the Night Blue Sky. Just... Oh my god. I swear, that's gotta be your catchphrase every time you show up this week. But yo, what's up, Divine? How you been? The Ascension Network snaps offline, cutting all communications. In the storm of billowing ash, that lone figure vanishes from sight.
Much to Lily's surprise, a whispered in human voice emerges from behind a rock. The moment she spots those familiar crows in that suit, she instantly grasps the situation. He staggers forward, dragging his weakened body with each step, apparently surviving only because he was deep within the facility moments ago. He comes to a halt before Lilith, forcing himself to stand as he once did, even just... Wait, no, don't tell me. Is it Kephart? What do you mean by Mr.? And by Key? Oh my god, Kephart was still alive. Oh, he was in a cryogenic pod too. Wow.
But I give credit to the myth and legend of the awkward solution office.
Yeah, the worst solutions office of all time.
No, this can't be happening. Trout! Trout! Where is he? I've read every single one of his books. Vonnegut. Yes, that's him. Where is he?
Because of this mundane-like questioning, he finds himself at a loss of words. I was back from pronouncing the final judgment, choosing instead to relish the last confession of the old world solo survivor.
Ah, Mr. Kephart. I'm afraid the fireworks show ended just moments ago.
And so the mayor refuses to back down.
Who are you talking to? There's no one here.
Lilith almost pities the person before. He may grasp telephones, holographic transmissions, even neural implants. Yet he can't envision the one punishing his spawn.
Your ambition is that of a lion, but alas, you lack the imagination to see it through.
He fights through the agony and drives a thin syringe into his neck. But that place is all emptied out now. Not a single drop of that life-saving serum remains.
After everything I did for the old man all those years ago, I never even set foot in Babylonia. Thanks to Trout, Manzano's scheme is back on track. Simply splendid. Because, mark my words, someday, Manzano's entire empire will belong to me. Exactly why I'm teaming up with Trout. You brought it all to ruin.
Also, that's why he kept working for himself.
The kingdom, the power, the glory. Every bit of it was mine by right.
Logic from a bygone era stands exposed, pouring out its hollow proclamations without restraint.
But bro, I was looking at a copy of Rune Factory Ozma, man. It was $90, man. Some of these games are gonna require you to cut off an arm.
Seriously, man, like, why are they like really increasing the prices of it? Like, look, you're already increasing the prices of consoles. You don't need to be doing that for games too. Stalk in the shadows, betray your allies. Gain dominion over the mortal world. Typical. His unfiltered idea masquerades over his common sense. It's laughable all the same.
Is it the money you want? Or is it a chance to rally Eden 3 colony ships' forces and mount a challenge against Babylonia? Rome wasn't built in a day. I've got to start somewhere.
Lilith says softly. As with the Sky Circus from before, she finds no further amusement in this relic of a one-person act from a bygone era.
Mr. Kephart, did you know? You're surprisingly old-fashioned.
What exactly are you trying to say? He clings to his last shred of vitality just to maintain upon this stance, so it might let him die with a sliver of dignity.
They call it old-fashioned, but all it really does is assume everything is owed to them.
Turns what's more, laying the petals of her moon umbrella, it'll show only her entrancing eyes to Kephart as she whispers her goodbye. To him, that distant voice feels like a cold serpent's venom burning through the final slender thread that keeps his mind intact.
But you...
With a half-formed syllable clinging to his throat, and dread of the unknown weighing on him, his final remnant of the old world crashes to the ground. Blood spills from his frozen lips, corrupting the once resplendent finery into a grotesque shadow of its former glory.
In this new world, nothing is guaranteed. Nothing is ever a given.
Damn. And down goes Kephart too, now officially dead in the record books. Exodus from the park. Beyond the far edge of the plains, punishing crimson flare scorches an unknowable realm. A petite figure with lavender hair quietly turns away. Still struggling to synchronize his thoughts with his newly forged body, and that unsettling dissonance has plagued him time and again.
Mythos, I see you managed to secure a new body. Do you remember? Mister sent me to get you.
The statuesque woman offers a gentle greeting. Confronted by this straightforward question, one that leaves no room for interpretation, Lita's muddled memory conjures countless possible answers. As encounter with her, is unconscious for a shattered body, its focused sight fixed on the magician's top hat.
Certainly, Lilith. Thank you. Sir has more plans in store. We'd better move out now.
Lilith offers a subtle tip of her hat. Impeccable composure forms a haunting contrast against the surrounding ruins.
I understand.
Under Veronica's command, the apostles advanced quietly to the city ruins. Neither of them say a word. Every high-risk mission brings her so much thrill that she ends up with the best seat in the house. To her, that's just a minor perk. It reminds her of the cryptic right moment the Phantom promised after the nuclear blast near Los Prados all those years ago. Big enough to grate on her nerves. She craves more chances to place her very life on the line, wagering her suffering in exchange for those Ascension Network's greatest favor. She yearns for the next fierce soul who's willing to risk it all.
This must be about the other agent, isn't it?
Love is the one who breaks the hush.
What exactly are you suggesting? Mister's latest plan falls on every agent, doesn't it? Yes, she's just not our concern right now.
Love follows the wicker folded umbrella at her side, thankfully using it as a makeshift kick for support. Then she raises her head, turning her eyes to the silver-white full moon hanging on the night sky. The other agent is held captive by the humans of Babylonia on that satellite, 240,000 miles away. What, what's it called? Who's it called? No one?
But, yeah, dude, I saw that dude extra Cheesy's idea on how to improve Daybreak 2's plot, and I like this idea, making a corrupted version of Beauregard who absorbed the power of Van's demon to save him, because without control will lead to Van being more.
Oh. You know, I could buy that too. But let's be honest, anyone can make a better story than what Daybreak 2 had made. But I will say that's also another good way to go about it.
Even the Ascension Network can reclaim the very strength it once granted. Wouldn't you agree?
If Myrna's lost in thought, but it's clear she isn't really directing the question at anyone around her.
But I'm not really interested in her. The one who fascinates me is that other Ascendant. The one who broke away from Babylonia.
Wait, what? Oh wait, are they maybe talking about... No, Selena is what Lilith's talking about, right? Because she did end up technically becoming an Ascendant. No longer has ties to Babylonia. Keeps talking almost absent-mindedly, as though she's happy to fill the silence with small talk.
You know something, little Lithos. Project Adela, Project Winter, all that past suffering gave us strength. Yet we remain the victims of those reckless experiments. Whether it's forging a body mighty enough to withstand anything, or blending our meager minds into a single force. Either way, these are humanity's paths to surviving the long winter. What they once called winter begins as interstellar colonization. It later takes the shape of the punishing virus. At one point, the promise of shielding everyone from this winter is so alluring it almost deceives all of us. Every last one, so-called cost of progress. We've been pushed so far that we've nearly lost the ability to recognize our deepest desires.
Fine, yeah man, we all had better ideas. Like, one good thing is, like, it made Daybreak look a lot better, or at least we know it literally can't get worse, we can only go up. Yeah, sure. Yo, Devon, can you still believe they actually delayed Trails Beyond the Horizon just because of the Switch 2? Seriously, how stupid.
But now we all realize that instead of fighting against it, laying ourselves bare before the storm is how we endure. I appreciate what you did for the person I used to be, Lilith. At least now we stand together again.
Doesn't give a straight answer. Murmur is a soft general agreement.
There's no need for such formality. That defector, however, she appears to have chosen an entirely different path.
That's dumb. Nah, it really is. Wait, was Lithos also from that same orphanage, maybe? I guess it could technically be possible.
And I'm certain that when the time is right, she returns to that far northern realm.
His voice all but trembles with excitement.
Are you thinking of recruiting her for Mister? If that's what you have in mind, I'll gladly play along. But facing off against a force driven by a different kind of resolve, it's a far rarer opportunity than any routine assignment.
She was a finely crafted fountain pen from behind her back. For a quick glance, Letos realizes that the diamond accent on its barrel is actually a hidden button. Oh, that stupid pen again!
I've even prepared a small gift for our reunion.
Letos gently presses the diamond, and a small bouquet of flowers springs out from the gap in the pen cap.
That's quite an intricate trick. I believe she'll be fond of it. No one really knows the answer until we meet her, do they?
She pivots, letting her gaze drift across the plains toward the dim midday horizon.
That's enough rest, wouldn't you say? We need to be on our way. Yes.
In the days that follow, Liv can be found roaming the desolate plains. Broken walls and rotting corpses lie scattered. As dawn's light spreads across the sky, the moon lingers low in the west, keeping its distant vigil. The sun blazes white hot, while the moon is nothing but a pale imitation. They're like the rotating cylinder of a revolver. Time itself serving as the hammer, each cook unleashing fresh destruction on a world already on its last legs. The red tide edges a dark enigma to the wreckage of humanity's creations. The days ahead, towering structures will fracture, crumble, and drift away in the wind. The sun keeps circling over and over, so every last trace of civilization vanishes. The wind buries these ruins in dust. There are no ghosts. No scribes left to recount how humans in their golden age once lived. Now they met their end. People live in constant mystery and fear. They never grasp the truth of this destruction. For those who wage their very lives, the universe presses forward at this crucial moment, pushing onward until a new cosmic Deceiver descends. She doesn't need any more rest, nor does she feed on gold and silver's greed anymore. She alone drifts between silver showers and red silk, deftly teasing them, tearing apart the verdict woven by fate's own goddess. The Ascension Network, surrounding everything, grants you every wish. Across this boundless stretch of once fertile earth, baby goods and reinstalled rotating remains, rotting remains. She's determined to become the happiest person alive. Damn. Dark. But yo, that was a cool one for Lilith. See, I love it. It's like, we're not only focusing on the good guys or just the main group of heroes like Liv, Lucia, and Lee, but also on the villains. And they do a really good job at this, because it's like, for some of them, they just ended up becoming evil. Some, it's like, their entire nature has been corrupted, and it's like, people are getting destroyed by their very own machinations that they created or used as weapons or tools and such. It was very interesting to actually see that. But yeah, I'm assuming who Lilith is talking about is, what's it called? Selena, because we have yet to see her after so long. But yeah, I think that is going to be the end of the stream, and now I finally finished another floating record. Like I said, I'll see which floating record I'll do next. I'll probably do these at random, whatever I feel like doing. Because I definitely want to do the Noctis one. I definitely want to do this one when day breaks. Okay, this is 22 parts. How many parts is this? 21 parts. Soaring Beyond, I'm also going to be interested in this. Oh, this is only 17. Well, it's probably pretty lengthy, like in content. What's your next game? Man, are you still on Sky 3rd? No, I'm still on Sky 3rd, man. I'm having fun with it. Sorry, Ron. It really is. After I finish Trails in the Sky 3rd, I mean, I think I'm still a long ways away, because I still have to do the memory fragment stuff, because I am enjoying the extra story and lore we are getting for other characters, or I guess development for other characters, so that probably won't stop for a while. Atelier Yumi, I still probably have a while before I finish that. And, what's it called? Still trying to catch up on Honkai Star Rail. But yeah, I'll see what I decide to do, considering we have the update next week for Punishing Grey Raven, and I will be streaming that, obviously. But yeah, I want to see if I can at least try to get a floating record started, or maybe even finish one before then. It'll most likely be between one of these three. I don't know which one, but I'll see which one I decide to do, because it doesn't really matter about what order at this point. But anyway, let me give a shout out to everyone who showed up to the stream today. So shout out to both Aurora Virgo and for Divine We for both showing up to the stream. Great time for both of you.
疲れたら寝なさい。
But yeah, Lilith was a really cool character to actually dive into. And not see that she had to be like pushed to the brink of like, oh, I hate everything in order to become a villain.
怠慢がバレて叱られる方が怖いの。
I think hers is like, she really is like a chaotic neutral kind of person. Because she just really wants that thrill of the game where everything is at stake.
安心
It's
な
just
さい。
really cool.
誰もここでの出来事は知る由もないわ。
But anyway, I hope you guys did enjoy the stream. If you guys did, but you're not already following the channel, please make sure that you follow. Check my YouTube channel where I post all the VODs and subscribe as well. Join the Discord, you guys know already. But like I said, I'll see what I decide to do. Tomorrow, I will try to do Atelier Yumiya because like I said, I possibly won't stream Saturday, but I'll have to make sure and see if that actually is going to be the case. But this has been Santa's Fire, so I hope you guys have a great day. See you guys next time.